destroy our communities under your watch? And this is the question I wanted to pose to you, all of you. Meaningful socio-economic transformation requires collaboration across sectors. I'm pleased to know that this Imbizo includes engagement with the business community. Action SA believes that public-private partnerships anchored in respect for traditional leadership can unlock new opportunities for rural development. We therefore advocate for investment incentives at traditional areas, entrepreneurship programs for our youth and women, and infrastructure projects that create sustainable livelihoods. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate Action SA's unwavering commitment to working closely with the National House of Traditional and Khoi-San leaders. Together, in your respective communities. In this house, Action SA is ready to support you in this journey towards a South Africa that honors its past while boldly shaping the future. Personally, I look forward to continued dialogue, partnership, and the realization of a shared vision where traditional leadership and democratic governance thrive hand in hand for the prosperity for all South Africans in our beloved country. And really wish you all of the best in your engagement, because without this kind of engagement and the leadership role that you are required to play, this country will collapse. We are on the verge, but I'm very positive as a South African that if we could defeat the evil system of apartheid, the current challenge as far as I'm concerned, it's a walk in the park. It is a challenge, however, but I believe working together as South Africans, confronting the reality, confronting the truth, having the courage to confront issues as they prevail in our communities, that for me it's important. I was born and raised in a community where our traditional leaders played a key role in shaping some of us. And I hope and trust and I pray that you can play that role in reclaiming your role in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Remashaba. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister of Traditional Affairs, Prince Benz Ngamashe. Hey, Remashaba, we are on the verge. I think that's my take home out of your speech. But now we open up. This is our opportunity to interrogate Remashaba Action SA. Rentshe mabina dipelo tsa rona. Re utlwa gore Remashaba tota dikgang di a reng. I'll take five hands. Remashaba finished 3 minutes early, so he has 3 minutes more. In other words, royal leaders, you have 3 extra minutes to ask him questions. The hand at the back. I'm beginning this side. The hand at the back, 1, Kgosi 2, Chairperson Free State 3, Kgosi Kekana 4, Nkosi Joey 5. I'll come, Nkosi Sicau, I'll come in the next round. I'll begin with you in that order. Thank you. Can we have the volume, please, with the mic?
Greetings all the people, all the kings and the prince and the chiefs, and so the minister and the leaders of the political parties. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My company is Sufficient Grace Trading and the Lotto Trading Enterprise. My question is that I want to pose to Honorable Mashaba. What is the plans to unlock the investment that is holding by the private sector? Because there being research that is out that the private sector is being holding trillion of rents that is not able to be used in the economy so that it can be unlocked. The economy that is stuck, that is not growing. And then another question, my last question, how can we diversify our economical strategy to increase our GDP?
Next question. Thank you, Ra. Kgosi.
Tla ke leboge ke tšee sebaka se ke tamiše dikgošikgolo magorena kgošikgolo ya bapedi kgošikgolo le gana batho ba bobedi thulare le bokgošikgolo ka moka ba le go gona modulasetulo wa ntlo ya rena ya house di ministera ba mokgatlo wa dipolotiki le di badulasetulo ba di province ka moka re le tamiše le nna ntate Mashaba re thome ka go no duma go kwešiša gore re a kwešiša gore borra dipolotiki ka moka le hutšo ko gore tšatši le lengwe ba tšee mmušo ba etele pele Afrika Borwa bjalo ya mathomo potšišo yeo e tla go lena ko gore ge le ka diraga gore badimo ba lena le mohlodi wa lefase ba lefe maatla a go tšea pušo le bona o ka re rolo ya magoši le dikgošikgolo e tlo ba ya mokhutamang ka gare ga pušo ya lena re a lekwa ba ga Mashaba ba Action SA re lemogile gore le bile re bone gore ga le ye dikgethong le gona seo se dira gore re tle go botšiša potšišo ya gore ka in terms of deployment ka gare ga di-spheres tša government le deploya ka mokgwa mohutamang ke mokgwa gore o no re ka gore motho ke tšhomi wa mo tšea goba o ke sebara ke motswala goba le šomiša method wa mohutamang ye nngwe ke go no re dinaga ka moka ka mo Afrika Borwa ntate Mashaba di ka fase ga mmušo wa Afrika Borwa ka ntle le dinaga tša balemi ba makgowa tšeo di lego ka fase ga bona ebile ba swere go di-title deed of course jwale ka magoši ba re foraforile gore ke rena banga ba naga e se rena banga ba naga now potšišo ya ka go lena ko gore ge mmušo wa African National Congress o re fetola ka taba tša naga gore na re le magoši le ditšhaba tša magoši goreng re sa be le taolo goba re sa oune naga tša rena be ba fela ba re botša gore mešate ya borena ga se di-structure tšeo di kgethilego democratically now ga nyanenyana go ile go aba le diphetogo gore ba gazate di-council tša rena le ge e le gore ga di a tshepedišo ya gona ga ya re kgotsofatša le sebopego sa gona ga se seo se re kgotsofatšago so of course ka gare ga go legalize the traditional council tšeo tša rena. Ba re hlaloseditše ka mokgwa o le gore di be democratically recognized. Go swanetše gore 60% e appointe ke magoši, ke kgoši ya naga ewe, 40% ke setšhaba. Tšeo ka moka di dirilwe, the traditional council tša rena di molaong, di gazetile. Bothata e sa no ba gore mara dinaga tšela e lego tša rena magoši di sa le ka fase ga communal property associations. So tumo ya rena go duma go kwešiša gore na jwale ka magoši ge modimo go ba mohlodi wa lefase le badimo ba lena ba ka lefa mahlatse la buša Afrika Borwa, naga ye ya borena e sa robatšego le badimo ba rena ba sa robalego yona re a go e kgona bjang taba ya gona. Napile
Kgosi,
bothata jo bongwe ko gore every time ge re thoma ka gore re teile ke nako, ene ke bothata jo bo hlagileng mengwaga e ka moka ge bogoši bošala bo ya go wela ka gare ga metsi a re lego ka gare ga ona. So allow us to raise these things because di bohlokwa for rena, if you know, for some of ba bangwe ba bone di le bohlokwa. So lebaka le lengwe le re memileng ko gore re tle re le fe di input tše re le fang. So ge ke ya go feleletša ntate Mashaba a ka kwa le bolela ka dikoma. Dikoma ke part e nngwe ya maphelo a magoši yewe rena re no go swara taolo ya yona ka baka la gore bawe ba e hlotšeng koma ke badimo ba rena ga ba sa le gona. Jwale potšišo ya ka ko gore re witnessitše gore mmušo wa rena o expositše dikoma. Mmušo wa rena o dira gore dikoma di be more difficult every day gore magoši a kgone go kry-a approval ya gore bantšhe dikoma. Ye nngwe yeo e le gore e exposa dikoma to the last degree ke ge ka kua Limpopo ba re ga o ntšha koma o swantše o ye go dira application ka ga masepala, gomme ga o tsena ka kua ga masepala o hwetša ba department ya environment sa mathomo seo ba go botšišago ke gore na exact location e o yang go ntšha koma ke kae. Lebaka la gore ke le bolediše ka ntho e ke gore sebo goba ntwa ya mathomo ye bohlokwa ka gare ga koma ke sephiri go kgoši. So ge mmušo o re gapeletša gore re disclose di location, re disclose gore na ngaka ya koma ke mang, re disclose gore na all those sensitive information, lena le ba Action SA ge le ka ba le mahlatse la tšwela pele ka goba modimo a lefa you know matla a go buša dilo tše tša dikoma tše re a go di lokiša jwang ka gore letšatši ka letšatši dikoma tša rena di a tsenelwa. And lastly di media house tša rena ntate Mashaba re bona o ka re mmušo wa rena ga o dire go tletše gore di media house tša rena di be in collaboration le magoši, because magoši ka bo rena re ke rena mmušo re leng mmušo re na le believe ya gore bana ba rena because of go nyaka mešomo ba tletše Afrika Borwa ka moka. Now without the resources tša mohuto o re pala ko go ba bolediša. So lena e le lena ba Action SA mohla le hwetša pušo le tla go tlo re thuša jwang gore di media house tše di seke di a napo di šeeditše lena fela le rena di re šeetše gore re kgone go fa bana ba rena melaetša, because seo ge se sa hlage setšo sa bo rena se a timela. Ngwana o hwetša a dutše Cape Town ka baka la sekolo mengwaga e 5 o wanwa dilo tšela tša kua Cape Town tša go sepetšana le elemente tša di-drugs le dinyaope, because you understand bontate Mashaba gore democracy ya rena e re tletše le di-western cultures jwale ka tšona di-drugs le dinyaope. So dilo tšeo re ka kgona go di addressa le go di fetola ge magoši a kry-a platform ya go kgona go bolediša bana ba bona mo di-medieng. Thobela, ke a leboga.
ke a leboga bagolo ba ba tlotlegang. Ke ne ke kopa ka boikokobetšo. I humble myself before you to direct this program. But I'm also requesting that we be mindful. And I'm not in any way trying to manage or cut the engagements, but we have a lot of other speakers. There are a lot of other issues, we will not finish. So when I, as the program director, request you to be brief, I am humbly requesting for the sake of the program. Ke a leboga. May I request all speakers moving forward, can we be very precise with our questions or comments? Morena Neo Mopedi, my chairperson.
Ke a leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi ke kopa ho bolokela nako ka hore ke kadime protocol o establishing this morning ka ho hlompha ntlo kaofela potso ya ka e ya ho Ntate Mashaba mona me ke botsa hore Ntate Mashaba, as you hear people including the media houses are talking about South Africa lacking leadership. Re bua ka hore ke mang e ka bang president if this current leadership ba theoha on their position. So what is it that Action SA is doing currently to create new leaders? I just want to know what is it that you do to create new leaders, especially young leaders for future, because now we have to look for South African future. Thank you. The second question that I have, before you started Action SA, there were already political parties here in South Africa. Now I know Sabona, one of the political party instead of establishing your own political party. But about that, Lona, they decided now as Mashaba family and the friends and whoever, we are starting a new political party instead of joining these already existing political parties. And then I go ahead, Mogubanga, what is your opinion about the stance of Action SA about the land which is in the hand of communal property association in a rural area whereby traditional leaders are already there, but there is a second power in community property association administering land. Then what is your opinion again on the issue of land? The land that is in trust. It is the land that is under custodianship of traditional leadership, but traditional leadership don't have a title deed. The title deed is held by the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform in trust of rural people. So what is your opinion about that issue? And then again, what is the stance again of Action SA with regard to the land in the private hands? I already have two questions now. And then again, the United States of Africa. What is your opinion as the Action SA with regard to the United States of Africa? Then the last question that I have, the strategy that the Action SA have with regard to eliminating unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you. Batlotlehi, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to request that each speaker raises just 2 questions, not more than 2 questions, because otherwise we will not finish with the session. As I said, we have many other political parties that still need to also come and present. Kgosi Kekana.
I'll be very brief. Ntate Mashaba, mine, it's very simple, and I think it's something that you know. The issue of Babelegi Industrial Park. What is the plan for the Action SA to revitalize those industries? Because you are aware, Ntate Mashaba, we've got more than 200 factories in Hammanskraal. But out of more than 200 factories, only 5 factories are working. So what is the plan for Action SA to revitalize those industries so that the people of Hammanskraal can get employment? There's a high rate of unemployment in Hammanskraal, but we've got factories, and Tate Mashaba is aware. So what is the plan of Action SA to make those factories to work for the people of Hammanskraal? Thank you.
Thank you, Kgosi Joey. Thank you, thank you. Let me, before taking the next round of questions, can I also acknowledge and welcome the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance, Dr. Dixon Masemola Oamogetswe. Can I now move over to the next set, and this is the final set of questions, 5 hands. I had said I will start with Nkosi Sikau. I think next to him, Kgosi from Limpopo. He had also lifted his hand before. Kgosi Pasha, you had lifted your hand before. 3, Kgosi, Kgosi Mokhale from Northwest, Kgosi Nzanwisi. Those are the 5 hands. In that order.
Andibulise kuwe le mphathi ihlelo. Bulise kwikumkani nakusihlalo wendlu yenkosi ku-national. Osihlalo bonke abakhoyo apha. Tati Mashaba, uba abantu besizwe sam bangakuvotela uzawubenzela ntoni? Nkosi.
Thank you. Nkosi Sikau, could you just pass the mic down? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. Protocol observed. I'm going to be brief and to the point. Morena Mashaba, black like me. Onale, are you still in business, or you left business and joined politics, knowing pretty well that unemployment in South Africa is astronomically high? Are you still in business, or you have joined politics? Thank you.
Kgosi, Kgosi Pasha.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. While listening to Action SA President, he mentioned that it's of interest to his party to work hand in glove with royal leaders through the National House. My question will be, how is he going to do that if he allows her national spokesperson to insult royal leaders publicly on national TV and on national radio by calling a senior royal leader someone behaving like a man with a small penis? Thank you.
Kgosi Mokhale. Order,
Thank you, Chair.
order, Kgosi.
Ke rata go dumedisa.
Bagolo, Order, please.
Ke rata go go leboga Kgosi, ke dumedise dikgosi tsa heso, ke dumedise our political counterparts. Program Director, I think most of my questions have been answered, but I wanted to ask also from Tate Mashaba on the issue of the municipalities. I come from a municipality, and not to say bad about my municipality, but things are not going well. Our young people are not really looking forward to voting next year because of what is happening within our municipalities. I remember there was a time Khane Renali Imbizo in Kgosi, where traditional leaders in Northwest were invited, but most of them did not come because we did not understand what is the plan behind Action SA. Now, the question I wanted to ask is, how is the party going to convince us leaders to look to you? Because our job primarily is to look after our communities and take them out of poverty state into an economic viable state. Now, as Action SA, as you have said, you are supporting the leadership, royal leadership. What is your plan and strategy to convince us so that we can see our communities getting better economically? Thank you.
Thank you, Kgosi. Kgosi Nzanwisi.
Avuxeni vachaviseki, ni kombela ku ya mahlweni na mehe ni komba ku hlonipha loku nga komba hi lavan'wani loko va observer protocol. Tatana Mashaba, my question is very simple. Is there anything that you see you can do as Action SA, though you're not in government, that you can assist the Kgosi leti nga la hi ku swi lunghisa? And the second part, is there any project le mura ku nge mi nga yi endla mi sign MOU ni National House? Inkomu.
Thank you, Kgosi. I had said this is the last round, but I have the upper hand because I have an extra 3 minutes. So I'd like to give it to the ANKC, Ntate Lefriel, because also we have to try and balance to hear what the Khoi-San community would want to say. So we'll make that exception for him.
Good morning to everybody. My question will be short, and that is, I just want to ask Mr. Mashaba, what is his opinion and his party's opinion of the fact that the Khoi-San people are not yet lawfully or statutorily recognized in the country of their origin? And what can you do as political party in parliament to enhance the struggle of the Khoi-San people? In order not to repeat this question to the other political parties, I want to extend the same question to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ramashaba, it is 10:55. You have until 11:10 to respond.
In fact, the program director is expecting me to be a magician to answer so many questions in 10 minutes. It's completely impossible. I think let me rather be a magician and deal broadly with your questions and your engagement without going specifically to each one of them, because this alone would take me half an hour. You know, unlocking investment in the rural areas, one does not really have to really be a rocket scientist. I grew up, I was born in 1959. In fact, this coming Monday, 26th of August, I'm turning 66, so I'm not a young man. I'm a senior citizen of the country. I'm supposed to have been at SASA right now, queuing for the 270 rands from the president. I'm here because why I left business is because of the direction and the trajectory our country was taking. Grew up, Babelech industrial area used to really be a farming area. When I opened my eyes to this world. And when Buputatswana was formed, that's when that land was taken away from us as a community of Haramutsi and Kgosi. Build those factories. I grew up in an environment where people of Amanskral, when I grew up, people who did not work were those who did not want to work. Were we exploited? Without any doubt. My sisters who brought me up, because I lost my father at the age of 2, my mother had to come and work here in Johannesburg to look after white children and clean white homes. My sister had to support our family with 3 rands they were earning every Friday. Monday, they used to be paid on a weekly basis, but they used to walk to work. People of Amanskral and surrounding areas, as far as Marapiani, Makapanstad, and so forth, everyone had the dignity of work, and people could advance themselves. That's how some of us survived. Babelegi industrial area was not just unique. Kgosi industrial area, people of Rustenburg, people of Kotwa in that former, in the Free State, people of Kwandebele. It hurts me, and it hurts me deeply every day I travel in this country, knowing what happened during the evil system of apartheid. 1994, when that era emerged, I thought to myself, we are going to see an explosion of black entrepreneurs running these factories. Today, as Kgosi indicated, only I think 5 or so factories in Babelegi are operating. Who closed them down? I think we need our government to really look at themselves in the mirror, including the unions. Went around closing one factory after the other, working with big business, because obviously it was easy for big business to take our political leadership as the business partners. They had the resources to employ the best labor lawyers, but small businesses could not. I grew up in the 80s, traveling the length and breadth, crisscrossing this country, setting up black distributors, black entrepreneurs, working with them throughout the country. 1994 came. The breakdown of the rule of law destroyed black business in this country, annihilated it. It is for that reason today we have aliens, we have people who we have no idea who they are. In working in your communities as traditional leaders, people coming far away, there's Pakistan, Bangladesh, opening businesses in your communities. Not only opening businesses in your communities, making babies with our women in your communities. Because when they come here, they don't come with their families. And how do they bring money into our country? No one can tell us. I don't know if there's anyone from the Reserve Bank who can tell us, if we go into your communities, to see how these people brought money into our country. So your communities who are now today unemployed, their cash that they support these illegal businesses, this money is actually being used to go and support terrorist organizations all over the world. because money is taken in and out of South Africa without your knowledge, without the knowledge of our Reserve Bank. And I have personally brought this matter to the attention of our authorities over many years, even when I was still in business. Unfortunately, my plea fell on deaf ears. Now it's up to you as traditional leaders. It is up to you as traditional leaders. If you are not going to have the courage to confront this evil, unfortunately, our children and our grandchildren are going to pay a big price, because our way of life has already begun to change. It can only get worse. It can only get worse. Pieces of land that some of you raised here, that what's my view on land? I think property rights, it's actually a foundation of any successful nation. You as traditional leaders, I know myself in Haramutsu, I was born and raised. My family bought pieces of land from Kgosi. They owned that land. Unfortunately, it was during the apartheid days where we were never given actual title, but Mashaba family had their own piece of land. The only thing that you as traditional leaders needs to work with a caring government to ensure that our communities get title deeds to their land. Because when you have title to your land, then you are in a position to pass it on to the next generation. I go to Haramutsu today, my grandfather's property, full of aliens. Everyone, because of high unemployment in our community, selling pieces of land to foreign nationals who are in South Africa legally. So I think we will need an engagement. You will need an engagement, because Action SA is in opposition. We're not in government. In fact, on the 29th of this month, we'll only be a 5-year-old party. We're a new party, but we've got influence. But at the end of the day, you've got to engage the government to deal with this particular issue of illegal foreigners and the issue of land ownership. Because for as long as your communities are not owners of land, your communities are not going to have wealth, because all land ownership actually creates wealth for any nation, because you can go to the bank when you want to when you want to start business, you can use that as collateral. You can use that to go to the bank when you want to take your child to university looking for money and so forth. So you as traditional leaders, you need the courage. You need the courage to confront our government. And I actually believe this is the right time. Prior to the last election, yes, it was quite difficult at the time, because our government had outright majority, and it was difficult to engage them, including myself. One question someone asked me, why did I join other parties and started my own political party? I was really quite disappointed with the party that I respected. I spent a lot of my money prior to 1994 to ensure that we can run massive vote education for South African black people to understand the power of their vote, and they must vote for the ANC. Very close to the ANC people because of my age. Unfortunately, people were not interested until I got really fed up. I've got heartful with the current system, and decided to do something. I was tempted to leave the country, go and settle somewhere else in another country, because I can afford to. But I decided, this is my country. If no one is going to fight for this country, who else? I'm not prepared to really be a foreigner in another land. When I live in a democratic environment, this is an opportunity for me to participate. Unfortunately, I chose the wrong party, the blue party. I chose the blue party because I thought social justice is part of their DNA. Hardly a year into my relationship with them, we really realized, both of us realized that we did not know each other, because they thought that this capitalist doesn't care about social justice. And the Blue Party demonstrated to me that they don't care about someone who looks like you and I, saying to me, why must I go and provide services to people who are unemployed, people of Alexander, people of Soweto? And I took personal exception to this. And I decided to distance myself away from the Blue Party. So I just really want you to know, as traditional leaders, right now in the city of Tshwane, we've taken I took a conscious decision last year this time. And I'm actually proud, and I hope that we can have more municipalities in the city of Tshwane. I decided for the first time, let me see if it is possible for black parties to work together. And here in Tshwane, under a young woman, Dr. Nasipi, we're working very well with the ANC and the EFF. And we're making a difference, not only to certain race, we are making a difference to all communities. Because we have, as government, you have a constitutional obligation. When you're a president or you're a mayor, you have the responsibility to provide services to everybody. And that's really what we're doing in the city of Tshwane. And we hope it can be a model that can demonstrate that it is possible. Because I'm a strong believer that us as black people, we work together. Not the noise that I've heard over the last 60 years or so when people are saying black people cannot work together. I'm a living example of working with black people when I was in business. And here, we tried it in Tshwane. It is working as black parties providing services, not only to our communities, providing services to everyone. So the only way we're going to attract investments in economic activity in the rural areas, I think we need a government that can recognize the role of the private sector. For them to understand the private sector is there to make money, but in the process of making money, we need them to really have social justice. Let's give them special incentives to reopen those factories in Babelehi, in Kwandebele, everywhere else. Because the private sector to move from currently where they are to go and open the factory in Babelehi is not a child's play. So, and business is driven by profits. If we ignore that, I'm a living example. I went into business not to create jobs. I went into business at the age of 22 to make money for myself and my family. I'm an unapologetic capitalist. If we all want Herman Mashaba to be happy, put him in an environment where he makes money. And the beauty of allowing Herman Mashaba to make money and enjoy his life, I have to employ other people because I'm not complete as a human being. And I'm proud my business is over 40 years. January this year celebrated 40 years of Black Lives Matter, where if I look at my family's investment portfolio, we employ thousands of people. So you wanted to know if I'm still in business. My wife, I've passed that baton to my wife and my daughter. I'm full-time in politics to play a role in ensuring that I can use my privileged position to ensure that we can create a better South Africa for future generations. But one thing that I know, it is not going to happen for as long as we ignore the role of our traditional leaders. That needs to really be formalized. Do I have the answers? Absolutely not. And I've shared with many of you as traditional leaders in the past that I don't have the answers, but I know something is not right. Where you have some of your councillors in your communities are known criminals, Shebeen owners, and so forth. These are the people who are ward councillors. Yes, they were democratically elected. But then what happens to your role as a traditional leader? So I think that's something that we will really need some engagement on how we can ensure that anyone who's a councillor, they must really have a constitutional obligation to report to the chief or the king or the queen or whoever. It cannot really be that we have a political leader, yes, democratically elected, but we ignore the role of traditional leaders. I think for me, as a South African and as a black one for that matter, I cannot see how we're going to really make it. And I don't come from a traditional or a leadership home, but I respect the role I've lived and experienced, the role that traditional leaders can play in actually substituting and working in collaboration with politically elected democratically leaders. So I think I don't really have the answers myself, and I see I've run out of time. I just want to, in closing, to respond to Kgosi Phahla. Kgosi Phahla, I take it that you know, this gathering must deal with serious matters. We're not here to play. So let us deal with serious matters that are going to impact our communities and leave issues of play somewhere else, but not to be used in a house like this. Because if we're going to deal with issues of personal matters, issues of insignificance, then the 2 or 3 days we're going to spend here are not going to be fruitful for our communities. Thank you very much.
Ramashaba ke a leboga. May I request that when we take the podium and ask questions or engage, we do it with mutual respect and mutual tolerance. I don't want us to go into the space of politicking. But Rotlehi, we are now going to take a tea break. We are a bit behind time, as I said. So I will request that we shorten our tea time to make it just 20 minutes. I saw the Deputy Chairperson of Mpumalanga raising his hand, Kgosi, but I'll kindly request Kgosi. Kgosi, I don't want you heated up. Can you kindly take a seat just for a minute, please? Thank you. It looks like the Chairperson of the National House requested me to drive this ship today because he knew that it would be quite a turbulent one. Me are motshwara thipa ka mo bogaleng, o tla tshwanela o tshware thipa ka mo bogaleng, and that's what I'm going to do, Kgosi, with due respect. Because otherwise, if I don't do that, things will get out of control. So, like I said earlier, I might be unpopular for today, but it's for the best. And I choose to take that position. So let us please respect one another, humbly so. It is now 11:20. It's actually 11:17, but 3 minutes. We will resume the next session at 11:40. I kindly request that we are seated at that time. And we will start, I think the EFF is here. They will begin the next session. Again, Can I request, for the sake of time, we have a lot of political parties, let us try and manage our engagement. Thank you, we may adjourn. Can I request first the Majesties, Baholo, to please go, the Chairperson of the National House. request that we come back into the venue. Can I request that we settle down? Kgosi, can we please settle down? Re, can you kindly request the tea station to hold just a bit? Fine. Kgosi, can we kindly be seated? Can we please settle down and resume the session? Ke a leboga. Majesties and all leadership present, I think I am taking the power vested in me to change the program a bit. And I hope you will find that well. The suggestion is that we listen to all political parties. All of them will present without interruption, and we will just make an exception for Deputy Minister Masemola, who has a flight. Oh, so that is fine, that arrangement is fine, okay. So we will listen to all political parties. That's the session before lunch. And then we will break for lunch. And when we come back, we will have about an hour to interrogate all the political parties. I think that will work better, because if we are going to go at the pace that we were before tea, we will not finish. Is that fine with the plenary? Thank you very much. May I then request the EFF how we will do it? Political parties, can I have your attention, please? I will request that each one of you present, and then following all your presentations, we'll call you back on stage, or we'll go for lunch. When we come back from lunch, you will all be on the stage to take the answers. That's fine. Thank you. EFF, we'll start with you. "15 minutes. We have to be fair, Kgosi.
Greetings to the program director, the distinguished guests, and members of the National House of Traditional and Khoi-San leaders, the respected traditional leaders, esteemed elders, political party leaders, fellow compatriots. I greet you all with the deepest of respect and humility. Igama unkulego isibongo akadunga. I stand here on behalf of the economic freedom fighters. I am the provincial chairperson of the EFF in Gauteng. I bring our revolutionary greetings to this very important gathering. We meet here today to reflect on the role of traditional leaders in our society, in governance, and in the broader struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. This is not a courtesy visit. It is a reaffirmation of a truth that has guided our movement from the very beginning, that the role of traditional leaders and Khoi-San leaders is not a relic of the past, but a very central pillar of our present and the future. The leadership of the Commander-in-Chief in honoring traditional leaders, this truth has been consistently demonstrated by the President, Julius Selomale. From the earliest days of the economic freedom fighters, the CIC has led from the front in building very strong, respectable relationships with traditional leaders across the country. He has personally engaged through the leadership His Majesty King Misizulu Gwazelithini, King Buyelekhaya Dalenjebo of the Abatembu, the Bapedi Queen Mother, and many other kings, queens, and chiefs. These engagements have not been empty gestures. They have been marked with genuine recognition and respect, including the presentation of gifts as a sign of cultural honor and dignity. It's through these acts that the Commander-in-Chief has reminded all of us that our movement does not approach traditional leaders just for only convenience or only when it suits us. We have consistently affirmed that traditional leaders are custodians of history. They are custodians of the land, they are custodians of the culture, and they are custodians of our communities. The consistency of the EFF since the formation of the EFF has never spoken with two tongues on this matter. That's why even at a local government level, the EFF participates and engages traditional leaders. We have done so in the city of Ekurhuleni and most recently in the city of Tshwane. We do not say one thing in the city of Johannesburg and do another thing in our rural areas. We do not dismiss the role of traditional leaders in modern society, only to return later and pretend otherwise. From the very first day of our existence, our position has been very clear as the EFF. Traditional leaders play an extremely important and strategic role in the building of a democratic, prosperous, and a culturally rooted South Africa. This is not just rhetoric. It is written into the very foundation of this movement of the EFF. It's in the EFF's founding manifesto. In the very first paragraph, we declare that our struggle for economic emancipation is rooted in the long resistance of the Khoi and San people, who were the first to rise against colonial domination in 1652. From then onwards, generation after generation of traditional leaders fought colonial wars. They defended the land, they protected women and children, and sustained livelihoods, not for selfish gain, but for the collective survival of our people. That history is not behind us. It is alive and it is continued and plays a continued role of traditional leaders till today. Why we honor traditional leaders is very clear. We honor traditional leaders because our culture, our indigenous knowledge, and our way of life has survived centuries of colonial assault because of your leadership. You stood as custodians of land and heritage, you became guardians of our communities, and you became protectors of those who are vulnerable. The struggle for economic freedom cannot be separated from culture, neither can it be separated from history or traditional leadership. Without acknowledging the role of traditional leaders, we cannot fully achieve liberation. We must also reject the Western narrative that says that tradition is backward, patriarchal, or irrelevant in our current and modern society. This is not true. Traditional leadership, in accordance to the EFF, when it is progressive and people-centered, is rooted in consultation, there is a collective decision-making, and there is accountability to the community. It is effective. It is closer to the people than distant bureaucracies, and it represents a governance system that has stood the test of time. We must measure ourselves by African standards, not by the narrow lenses of Europe. Local government and service delivery, honorable leaders. It is important to speak openly about the state of local governance in our country. Local governance is the sphere closest to the people, where our traditional leaders are. Yet, it is the most one marred in collapse, corruption, and incapacity. Municipalities across the country are failing in their most basic mandates. Mandates such as to provide clean water, proper sanitation, reliable electricity, functioning roads, and decent housing. Instead, communities live with daily frustrations. There are burst sewage pipes everywhere, there are dry taps, pothole-ridden streets, and electricity blackouts. These failures erode the dignity of our people and fuel anger against the institutions of government. These failures of municipalities directly undermine the authority and the work of traditional leaders. In villages, in wards, in rural communities, it is traditional leaders who are the first to receive the cries of our people. They face frustrated communities who turn to them when government does not deliver. Yet too often, traditional leaders are left without the necessary resources, with limited authority or partnership to resolve these matters. The state has failed the constituencies of traditional leaders. They've abandoned them to deal with service delivery protests, land allocation disputes, and development challenges without meaningful support. This must change. A government that sidelines traditional leaders while failing to deliver service delivery is a government that breeds instability. Traditional leaders and the state. The EFF believes that the state and traditional leaders are not competitors, but we are partners. The state cannot succeed without traditional leaders, and traditional leaders cannot fulfill their roles if they are treated as just ceremonial. We must have progressive traditional leaders who do not wait for instruction from government, but lead actively as you have always led. Leaders who ensure that communities are safe. Leaders who demand water and sanitation for every household. Open land to young people. Leaders who open land to women and entrepreneurs. Leaders who fight the scourge of drugs that destroy our youth. Leaders who protect women and children from violence and exploitation. These are not distant policies. They are lived struggles of our people, and traditional leaders are at the center of winning that mandate. We understand that the mandate of the National House of Traditional and Khoi-San leaders is to promote the role of traditional leaders within the democratic constitutional order. It is to enhance unity amongst traditional communities, as to cooperate with other houses to address matters of common interest, to advise national government and even the president directly on matters of traditional leaders, to investigate, preserve, and advance the knowledge of traditional authority. And this affirms them as essential partners in governance and development. The EFF commitment from the manifesto is to further show our seriousness, allow me to share the commitments of the EFF as captured in our election manifesto. The protection of dignity. The EFF will protect the dignity of traditional leaders and reaffirm your central role in the life of the nation. In terms of succession, we will ensure that there is a clear succession plan to prevent future disputes in royal houses. On women's rights, we will advocate for women's rights to ascend to traditional leadership positions and to ensure equal participation in land allocation. In municipal involvement, we will secure voting rights for traditional leaders in municipal councils. in terms of donations, will protect the rights of traditional leaders to receive donations without being politically persecuted. On land and planning, we will challenge the spluma restrictions, affirming chiefs as custodians of the land. On welfare, we will ensure fair salaries and benefits for traditional leaders. On the issuing of documents, chiefs will have the authority to issue proof of residence, recognizing their local knowledge. On peace and safety, we will promote peace in rural areas under traditional leadership. On cultural practices, we will abolish harmful practices such as ukuthwala nokungenwa. On partnerships, we will strengthen the cooperation between municipalities and traditional leaders. On continental unity, we will anchor traditional leadership within Pan-African relations. These are not slogans. These are commitments to ensure that traditional leaders are empowered, that they are respected, and that they are central in terms of governance. Diversifying the economy, honorable leaders, our economy is too dependent on mining. This dependency leaves us vulnerable and unable to create sustainable jobs. So we must diversify the African economy. On agriculture, there must be communal land under traditional leadership that must become a source of food security and jobs. On tourism and heritage, our culture and the history, our resources for building a thriving tourism economy. On renewable energy, rural areas hold a lot of potential for solar, wind, and hydro projects that can provide meaningful jobs and electricity. On indigenous knowledge, traditional medicines, crafts, and culture can be developed into industries that can sustain our economies. This is how we achieve economic freedom in our lifetime. Unity in action, respected leaders, we must work together. The EFF, the state, and traditional leaders are partners in one mission, and that mission is to liberate our people. We must reject those who want to misrepresent the EFF as an enemy of traditional leaders. We are not. We are positioned to be extremely progressive. We say land must belong to the people, it must be held in the custodianship of the state, and guided and practiced, and the practice must be effected by traditional leaders. That is democracy rooted in history. Governance failures and the road ahead, we must be frank with it. The crisis of governance in our municipality is not accidental. It is the result of corruption, tender, fraud, cadre deployment, and a deliberate neglect of rural and peri-urban areas where our people live under custodianships of rural leaders. Billions are stolen through irregular expenditure, while clinics run without medicine, school without teachers, households without water. This is not a technical failure. It is a political choice by those in government who value profit, who value connections, who value being political elites and above the needs of our people. We cannot continue in this way. The EFF therefore commits to a radical restructuring of local government to place traditional leaders at the heart of decision-making in areas under their custodianship. Chiefs and headmen must not be ceremonial observers. They must be active participants with voting rights, budget authority, and developmental responsibility. Our call is simple. A developmental state that ignores traditional leaders is not a developmental state at all. We need a state that listens, a state that acts, a state that respects the indigenous governance systems that have preserved our people for centuries. Only then can we address the frustration of communities, rebuild the trust, and deliver true freedom in our lifetime. In conclusion, traditional leaders and the Khoi-San leaders were the first in line of defense against colonial conquest. Today, we must be the first in line in the defense against poverty, against unemployment, against drugs, against inequality, against gender-based violence. Together, Let us demand for land, let us demand for jobs, for water, and the restoration of dignity of our people. Let us protect women and children. Let us defend communities against crime and drugs. Let us build a nation that is rooted in its culture and its history. The EFF, under the leadership of the Commander-in-Chief and the President, Julius Selomalema, stands ready to work one-on-one with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ke a leboga, Ra. Next, we will have the MK party. Re utlwa gore Ra o re tlela ka dihe. You know, I grew up, my father's official car, Kgosi Mokgopa Moroka, may his soul rest in peace. Our car registration was YBK1, meaning he was the first citizen of the nation, not some random number plate that we drive. So it would be interesting to listen. Ke a leboga, Ra.
No, thanks. Hey, how are you? No, all right. No, thank you very much. Firstly, thank you. Thank you. That's the difference between being vertically advantaged and vertically disadvantaged. No, thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for arriving late at this particular assembly. Secondly, I would like to greet the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoi-San leaders, Your Majesties, the Royal Highnesses, esteemed Kgosi and Khoi-San, Khoi and San leaders, members of the provincial and local houses, the elders, Izinduna, leaders of faith, business and agriculture, and all gathered here. I greet you in humility and resolve. We are assembled at this midterm review, an Imbizo called to align the House's work with the strategic objectives it adopted at induction and to engage on governance, the role of traditional leaders, land, and socio-economic development. The invitation to our president, President Zuma, was extended to reflect on precisely these matters in the presence of traditional leadership, political organizations, government, business, and civil society. And at this point, I would like to extend his apology of our president that he couldn't be here today precisely because he's traveling to an external country. I rise as the national chairperson of Umkhonto weSizwe, the party, representing President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, to affirm not merely attendance but alignment. Umkhonto weSizwe recognizes traditional leadership as a living institution of governance, custodians of land, culture, identity, and justice. And this is our constitutional posture. Our constitution, as Umkhonto weSizwe, declares that amakhosi are not marginal actors, but central pillars to our nation's sovereignty. We affirm that traditional leadership is indissoluble from African identity, land, justice, and the restoration of dignity. We are here today to say plainly, amakhosi are not guests in our democracy. They are the very roots of the tree. The Enkandla, Ncamalala, the birthplace of our president, Zuma, is not just a village but a sacred ground, home to the memory of Malandela, Shaka, Dingane, Cetshwayo, and Inkosi uSigananda, whose graves anchor the Zulu nation's heritage. It is here that President Zuma was shaped by traditions of service and loyalty to his people. From these roots, he defended Amakhosi in the violence of KwaZulu-Natal and contributed in bringing about peace in that part of the country. Also contributed in the development and the formation of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, and built alliances with kingdoms across the SADC region. The formation of Umkhonto weSizwe continues with this particular mission and tradition. Umkhonto weSizwe belongs to Amakhosi and to the people that they lead under the command of our president. Umkhonto weSizwe stands rooted in a tradition where leaders are servants, not masters, and where Amakhosi remain the heartbeat of sovereignty. The programs of MK must be led with Amakhosi at the center. With them, we will rebuild a nation where land is restored to its rightful custodians, where traditional councils own and plan development for their communities, where mines and industries no longer extract and vanish, but invest in the people's future, where investment strategies translate into real costed business plans that feed, employ, and sustain villages for generations. With Amakhosi, justice will be carried out in traditional courts that are capacitated, resourced, and respected, so that our customary law is not just a relic, but a living source of governance. Umkhonto weSizwe, through the Chairperson's office, stands ready to open a platform of engagement for dialogue, reconciliation, and unity. Those who hesitate may find in assurance in this particular stance that we have adopted. For this country cannot be built without Amakhosi at its heart. Umkhonto weSizwe is not offering Amakhosi a role. We are recognizing the role that they have always held. We are inviting Amakhosi to step up fully into the future they helped to preserve. Honorable leaders, a nation's future is premised on how it remembers its past. Recent parliamentary debates have revisited the inquest into Inkosi Albert Luthuli and Comrade Griffiths Mxenge, a process presented as justice and national healing. The symbolism is very powerful, but healing without completeness is another way of forgetting. We must not let the names of Luthuli, Mxenge, and others stand alone in our memory. Inkosi Meseni Kwabe, his homestead was burned, more than 400 of his people massacred, and Ubukhosi shattered by colonial decree. Convicted of treason, exiled and dishonored, his story is a mirror of how colonial power criminalized indigenous sovereignty. Nor was he alone. Inkosi uBhambatha kaMancinza kaZondi was beheaded for resisting poll tax. Inkosi uHintsa kaKhawuta, his head was taken as a trophy. Captain David Stearman of the Khoi, shackled and exiled. These names remind us that our history is wider than the narrow canon celebrated today. Across Zululand, Abapedi Highlands, and the Eastern Cape, colonialists employed the same tactic: divide lineage, seize land, rewrite tradition, restoring a few while erasing others. And if we continue with that, we will not be on the path of full restoration. And therefore, this House must demand a comprehensive restoration, graves exhumed, legacies honored, and histories corrected, not curated for convenience. Sovereignty without prosperity is brittle. To fortify communities, Umkhonto Wesizwe believes that 1, Amakhosi must be the architects of economic transformation. 2, they must avail land for viable generational development and craft costed plans for their councils. 3, that mines and large industries must partner with traditional council-led development, not as donors, but as duty bearers providing procurement infrastructure and skills. And this is not theory, it is sovereignty made visible. Community-rooted production, sustainable cooperatives, and permanent land stewardship. Amakhosi are destiny's judges, but justice today cannot be symbolic. We must ensure traditional courts are capacitated by ensuring that we have trained members who know customary law. Secondly, that infrastructure that honors dignity and fairness must be a point of emphasis. Thirdly, that codified traditions that can be taught and enforced. And without these, justice remains fragile and not foundational. We must remember that there is no clash in duality. In other words, the ballot paper and the Kroll's authority must be complementary, together forming a governance rooted in people and tradition. And therefore, the task that we have is that we have to build a governance model where democracy and custom are partners and not rivals. And I would like to conclude, Program Director, by the mere fact that our President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma has directed that all we have got to listen to is the heartbeat of the people that is waiting to be restored. And this is a message to you today. And today, Umkhonto Wesizwe as a party under President Jacob Zuma pledges itself to this House, not as an ally, but as a partner in the restoration of land, justice, and sovereignty. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, can you please take a seat? Excuse me. Sir, if you were here, you would know that no questions are allowed in this session. So can you respect the rules of the House? Please sit. Take your seat.
Sorry. Sorry. Can there be order? No, can you sit down? We'll answer your question. Sit down. Well, then you have a choice. If you want to leave, you can leave. Can we make sure that can we make sure that there's order? And here there are traditional leaders, there are kings, there are Khoi-San leaders, and we expect people to behave themselves as adults. Can we make sure that there's order? I just want to make sure that. Stole, make sure that there is order. Make sure that there is order. This is an engagement of very senior traditional leaders. And our Khoi-San leaders are seated there, respecting everyone. We are not going to allow a situation where this is degenerating to be a gimmick of hooligans. It's not going to happen. Please proceed.
Can I kindly correct DM? DM, don't say please proceed. Kgosi Dr. Moroka, please proceed. Ha. It's Women's Month. May we continue with our program? I don't know if the IFP is here. If not, I'll request the ANC to come and present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty, Kgosi Dr. Moroka. And we are absolutely correct. We must respect our traditional leaders, even if they are women. Some of us are senior prince. In as much as we are in politics, it's unacceptable. To Your Majesties, our kings that are here, our queens that are here, our chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leadership, Kgosi Seatlholo, and your executive, and all our chairperson from the provinces that are here, the leadership of Contralesa, led by my father, Kgosi Mkwen, and the entire executive of Contralesa, the leadership of Rolesa, led by the Deputy President, Kgosi Masibi. Thank you very much for inviting us and my colleagues from various organizations. On behalf of the ANC, the Organization of the People, led by His Excellency Comrade President Cyril Ramaphosa, and Fikile Mbalula Ujola as our Secretary General, we want to convey our gratitude for being summoned to the Parliament of the People. You remain the upper house, and we remain the lower house. We are very pleased and congratulate you, Chairperson, and your executive, that we have convened this midterm review under the theme, Sourcing Inspiration from the past to deliver a better future for our people, I close quote. We want also to congratulate the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, especially His Excellency and His Majesty Prince Benz Ngamashe Ndabezitha Chawe, to continuously support our institution of traditional leadership and Khoi-San and leadership. To my brother and leader, Deputy Minister of COGTA, Dr. Masemula, who's also from the royal family in the Sekhukhune region. When we are here, we are very pleased that we will continue to play an important role as an organization and our leaders. As the people of this country, we owe our gratitude on your gallant efforts you made in the struggle against colonialism, against apartheid for freedom. When the history of our country is written, there will always be a chapter that the role traditional leaders you play to bring us freedom. Equally, you played an important part in the rebuilding of our country from the ruins of apartheid. And we are starting to build our country brick by brick, and working together, we've achieved a lot. There are many gains we've achieved. One of the gains is for the institution to be recognized as part of our democratic dispensation. It is in the Constitution. We are very pleased that working together side by side, you made a call that the voices of traditional leaders is not recognized. Another institution in government called the Department of Traditional Affairs was established as a response. Equally so, we have to admit that certain issues that have to deal with the majority of your people that are in traditional and rural areas, a Department of Land Reform and Rural Development was an institution that was created, and a number of institutions are already in place. But we are the first to admit as the ANC that more still needs to be done for the full restoration of the institution of traditional and Khoi-San leadership, to restore it as an institution that leads our communities. Our task is far from complete. When we engage in the struggle for freedom, the matter of land remains unresolved. To a certain extent, advances has been made, but there are missteps that have been made around the issue of land restitution and all the other programs that we've done. And we know the headaches that are there. Currently, the institution called the CPAs, how they've undermined the role of our traditional leaders. That matter of land has to be resolved so that the issues that traditional leaders are at the center of leading our communities is important. The issues around voting rights is an important issue, and the democratization of the institution of traditional leadership. Traditional councils are no longer the institution that are only composed by those from the royal family, but other members of that particular traditional community. They play an important role. That institution must be respected and must be dealt with. Issues around gender discrimination, racial discrimination are some of the issues that continue to deal with some of our challenges. When we are convened here, National Chairperson, Kgosi Seatlholo, under this theme, there are burning issues, and we are correctly to flag them. And some of these burning issues, we must admit, we have to resolve and move with much speed to transform them, because our people are very impatient. One of the issues is around your participation in governance, especially at a municipal level. That particular matter must be properly regulated. We must have a clear rules of engagement and how our councillors, especially Aboceba, understand and appreciate that they must work side by side with an institution that is constitutional, an institution of traditional leadership.
And there are many, many areas where the relationship is not good. We want also to stand behind your recommendation around certain issues around legislation and amendments that must be made. And we're absolutely correct as a parliament of the people to call all of us as political parties in the constitution, in as much as the role of traditional leaders is there. We need to have proper protocols and regulation to ensure something that is actually implied. It must be explicit in the constitution so that that dark spot and that thin line is being addressed to. Some of the issues we have made as the ANC will continue to support because it's the right thing to do. One of the issues we need to have conversation amongst ourselves is that there are issues around the role of traditional leadership on governance, the tools of trade. The tools of trade, government has moved, but there is an issue of lack of uniformity. You can see in one country disparities on how the issues of tools of trade, so that you can actually persecute your role as traditional leaders. And it has to be resolved while Chawe, issues of financial consideration must never be able to allow these issues of inequality to persist. I know as a former HOD, I cause problem for you because after we learned Bondabezita from Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga were to up the bar. And from there, trying to up the bar, we created the issues of inequality. Another matter that we need to discuss is the question of communal land, around the issues of ownership, the access and use, but more importantly, the land to be used for the benefit of all, especially the most vulnerable. We know in our own culture, we cannot and we can't afford, while we have land, but hunger, still a problem, and it prevails in many communities. Ikati kuzofuna silixoshe lingalali eziko. I've addressed the matter of salary dispensation and the issues of trades that we need to be able to deal with. One of the biggest issues that we need to address, without any fear or favor or prejudice, is the question of the recognition of the Khoi-San community. We owe it to ourselves. Even before Jan van Riebeeck and others arrived in 1652, the Khoi and the San, they held the fort, especially the Portuguese invasion that is happening here. They are struggling against colonialism, later in apartheid. They too, under the sun, cannot be treated as a skunk. They cannot be treated as a pariah amongst the nation of South Africa. Therefore, the issues of moving with speed around the issues of legislation is an important matter. The issues around the reclassification, we have to move about those particular issues. Some of the issues the ANC want to raise with you, Bondabezit. We've run the country well, but we've made mistakes. One of the biggest problems we face now is the levels of unemployment. Our economy is not responding. Many, many young people, the cloud is hovering over their heads. They have lost hope. Many of them have sent them to school, but they are not an inspiration. And some of them, they are exposed to substance abuse, and which is the biggest problem. Jointly, we want to urge and implore you, in your participation in the national dialogue, let's address the question of the economy. At the center of the economy is the question of the land and the minerals, and how are they going to be used for our own issues of development. We have to also to attend to the issues of crime and violence. Our country, in as much as we have proper systems, but many South Africans, they don't feel safe. Even Abondabezita, in a number of provinces, they've been killed, they've been maimed. Some of them, they've even left their royal households on the basis of the violence. Therefore, let's join hands to direct government, that issues of security for traditional leaders, including traditional communities, we must allow them to live at peace. The pandemic around the question of gender-based violence is a matter we must attend to. Because women, they continue, even in the current dispensation, to suffer the issues of patriarchy around the question of the economy, around their rights in many aspects, and worse, some men who are not men enough, who are actually raping our mothers, our grandmothers, including our children, is a scourge that we need to be able to come together. On behalf of the ANC, we have to attend to the problem we had when our land was taken. The issues of divisions amongst ourselves as people, including amongst traditional leaders. Our issues of jealousies and hatred must fall. They are part of our woes. Let's unite. Let's prosper together, not for our sake, but for our children. Let's also be able to ensure that those of us who have served in government hold us accountable. I normally say, amakhosi ayacomplain ukuthi ugovernment awusebenzi. But time immemorial, when the Ministry of Culture has always been there, every time the Deputy Minister is Kgosi. In our own executive as the ANC, more than 10 of us were the royal blood in the NEC. Why are you not summoning us? Why are you not actually demashing us and give us the orders and say your responsibility? We cannot behave as Republicans when I have a royal blood. When the institution, the parliament of the people, you created the ANC. The ANC never created you. You created the ANC as a vehicle in the hands of the people to respond to the issues of the people. The ANC is ready to continue to play its historical task under your guidance, and we wish you well. Thank you.
Ke a leboga, I'm not sure whether to say DM because he's wearing a political cap. Sorry, mme ke a leboga rra. We were supposed to have the IFP who are not here. Or you're here? Okay, can I go back to the rules of the House? Okay, I don't want to be a very bad person, but if you force me to, I'm going to request that you are escorted out, because actually this is a meeting of the National House and provincial houses, including local houses, the NKC, Contralesa and Rolesa, and any other structure is really not part of this meeting. So we will not allow anyone to come and disrupt the business of the day. Can I request kindly, please? Can I request assistance for our lady to be escorted? Traditional, the Kgosi tse di tlotlegang. Kgosi, can I please have someone to assist? Thank you very much. Royal leaders, the Kgosi, order. Can I request that we do not react? Thank you, Ma. Royal leaders, please let us not react or say comments that Thank you. Can we have order in the House? Order. Kgosi tsa ditlotlegang, can we settle down, please? Kgosi Joy. I am going to request, I'm not sure if Kgosi Mavoso, will you advise if Dr. Mdende is not here? If that's the case, again, by the power vested in me, I'm going to request Dr. Masemola to come forth and address. After him, we will break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Kgosi Moroka. A very good afternoon to their Majesties present in this meeting this afternoon, kings and queens of our people in the country of South Africa, leaders of Contralesa and as well as Rolesa, and senior traditional leaders who are representing provincial and as well as local houses from the 9 provinces of the Republic of South Africa. Words of greetings to my colleague, Deputy Minister Chawe, Uzwelia Jiga, and as well as words of greetings to leaders of political parties who spoke here representing their political formations. I'm standing before you this afternoon on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, led by our Minister, Velinkosi Tlhabisa Ubulawayo, who probably will be here to come and close this meeting at some point. I want to take this historic opportunity to appreciate this moment to be standing before you to make my remarks, not as a person, but as part of the collective leadership of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, mindful of the mandate and the responsibility bestowed upon us by His Excellency President Matamela Ramaphosa to work together in this sector with local government municipalities in general, but most importantly, to work with traditional leaders of our people throughout the entire country. And therefore, this meeting is very important and very historic. It's not a first engagement on our side with your good selves. We have had an opportunity in some provinces where we're very close to your good selves, and we listened and we agreed on processes in responding to some of the matters that are very fundamental, if not pertinent. We have had meetings with their Royal Highnesses, their Majesties, together with our Minister, where we discussed very serious matters on how do we strengthen relations, but not just relations, but practically respond through policy, through legislation, and where possible through tangible programs that will respond to the concerns, if not just concern, but matters that are very necessary to be attended to that affect the institution of royal leaders throughout the country. And obviously, Chairperson of the House, together with his colleagues, are quite familiar with some of those discussions that we have had, including the requests that they have submitted to us as a department that requires a very close attention. We have made the following commitments, and I think we stand by that as we reimagine the future relationship between our municipal institutions and as well as leaders of royalty and their institutions throughout the whole country. Premising from an understanding that things might have not gone quite okay at some point, very much alive to those realities. As political parties spoke here, some of those matters are receiving our attention as the ministry and of course as a department. We have said in the past few months that amongst other things that we've got to agree with your good selves working together side by side at the level of policy review, which probably will strengthen the legal framework going forward. Those matters are very top on the agenda of the department. Chapter 12 of the Constitution talks to matters of traditional leadership, in as much as Chapter 7 talks about matters of local government. And therefore, harmonization of the two systems, harmonization of this sector at the municipal level to give concrete response to those matters remains our preoccupation. In fact, Your Royal Highness, our traditional leaders, where we are at the moment as COCTA, and where we are probably working together with various political parties in this country, we did convene a meeting of all political parties in this country on the 23rd of June to discuss matters of the policy review on local government and the extent to which we've got to concretely find a lasting solution in harmonizing the two systems. And we move from a basis, and that's what myself together with Chawe have been advocating very seriously, working together with our minister and the rest of the department. We move from a basis that traditional institutions, they are a fourth sphere of government, not a subcommittee of any other government entity or structures in the Republic of South Africa. And that being the case, the state and government and COCTA in particular have a responsibility going forward in terms of how do we position the system correctly in the equation of governance, in the equation of planning, in the equation of decision making, but about the future of our governance system in this country. And we have said, as we review the white paper policy process, we took a very clear principled decision, and quite understandably, our colleagues, political parties who are here, over and above what they presented in this meeting, I'm quite certain that as we will be sifting through their presentations on the white paper policy process, because in the immediate, that policy process provides us an opportunity to respond and resolve some of the pertinent issues. We're looking forward to a report that our officials who are working as project support team would have consolidated those views. And where we're standing, few things that I want to put on record in this meeting are the following. The first one is that as we endeavor working together to respond to matters which I suppose are challenging and are giving our royal leaders sleepless nights on matters of the Constitution, the extent to which it can be amended, Chapter 7, the extent to which Chapter 12 can be strengthened in the immediate, mindful of the fact that constitutional amendments might take some time, most probably. But we have an opportunity seated here of a process that is under our control and our management. working together with your good selves. In that process, it is about the review of the white paper on local government. We are saying as COGTA leadership, we must finalize a reasonable set of administrative functions that must be well articulated, well codified in law, that will attempt to want to harmonize and bring in practice a principle of concurrence between municipal bodies and as well as institution of traditional leaders in this country. And once that understanding gets concluded and that set of administrative functions get well articulated, unavoidably, there will be much more clarity on how do we move forward in harmonizing and creating a proper balance so that our royal leaders and their institutions do not become secondary participants, do not become spectators in the decision-making processes of their own government, including serving their own communities. That process, my royal leaders and your Royal Highness, it is within our own hands. It will depend on how ourselves, working together with you, between now and next year, March, as we have set ourselves those deadlines, we can be able to conclude on that process. So we're looking forward to a much more closer discussion with provinces, with local houses, as we deal with this matter. One point. Related to it, we have taken a very clear principled decision. And like I said, we're looking forward to party submissions to see the extent to which they would have suggested the how part of handling that matter. If I was going to put a different cap, I will present this matter differently. But because here I'm standing representing the department, I'm going to put it this way. We have agreed that, and this is what the president said, and this is what we are asking you to walk this journey with us. The president gave us an instruction and he said, we must review the funding model of local government in this country. And that process has got far-reaching implications on how best we are going to fund municipalities into the future. In the next coming 30 to 40 years, that policy decision, once it is made, it will serve the future of this country, our children and our grandchildren. Where this process must be concluded, we are of the firm view as COGTA leadership that the process will be incomplete if that funding review is concluded without consideration on the funding mechanism of the institution of traditional leadership in this country. We are therefore inviting your royal leaders, your majesties, through your organized body, the house that is working with us very closely, through Contralesa and Rolesa, and any formation in this space, to come closer to that process so that as we conclude the finalization on the review on the funding model of local government, that discussion, whatever amount of money, that is going to be determined because already SALGA has had an opportunity to make a proper assessment and a determination of the money required to attend to the shortfall on funding of local government. A principled decision on our side is that that process must not conclude without us having finalized matters of how and the mechanism to come closer to the institution of traditional leadership. The past 30 years, obviously, has been a journey. We have learned, mistakes were committed, but at this point in time, we've got to through a constituted administrative team that you must put together as our royal leaders. That team must come closer to our director generals, both of them, Uchangana, and as well as DG, Dipofa, together with their support teams, so that the mechanisms, the criteria, and all what goes into probable determination of what could therefore then becomes a composite response to the president's instruction on reviewing the funding of local government, and this therefore must then bring closer the funding of traditional institutions. And that debate needs us as early as yesterday. And we're putting forward these matters before you as our concrete response plan, because we envision a very stable, well-funded fourth sphere of government in being traditional leaders that must be handled within this particular process. So that as we go and engage Minister of Finance together with his team, as we present that report to Cabinet in March next year, it must not be a one-sided report of COCTA that deals with municipalities, but it must be a comprehensive report that responds to all our needs, all our expectations as a sector, both municipalities and as well as institution of traditional leaders. Finally, we strongly believe that working together with yourselves, once we determine that funding approach and the system, it will facilitate very easily resolution of some of the problems that my political leaders who spoke here refer to. Because clearly funding arrangements would have been determined to respond to matters of tools and trade. A better funding arrangement would have been determined to respond to issues of infrastructure provision to your own places. Proper funding mechanism would have been determined on how do we strengthen what the Minister of Finance has already done by apportioning some resources to respond in the immediate in a manner that those matters have been determined. So these issues put together, they are not going to be waiting for 20 years, 5 years, or 3 years. They are matters that are underway. The process concluded or closed on the 31st of July. The team in the office is consolidating the submissions. In the next coming few weeks, we will get a report. That report will be well lifted. It will be taken to the local government in Thabo, most probably, sometimes in September. And beyond that, as we march towards March next year, we should have been able to agree on how do we systematically respond to all these matters here said and done. As we deal with matters of land through the Department of Land and Rural Development, those that are within our own confines, we are committing ourselves here before your good selves this afternoon, that let us walk this journey together, Dr. Kgosi Mroga as our chairperson, that we remain very firm, steadfast, unapologetic, because we know we come from rural communities, we come from villages, we come from royal families, we sit in those meetings, we know the pains, we know the frustrations, we know the difficulties, we have the experience of how, in some cases, our own colleagues who are working with you as councillors are basically posturing without being very anecdotal at this podium in this afternoon. Safe to say, those matters have received our attention, and going forward, you can trust in us. We trust you because we are your servants. We are here as your agents. We are here as your tools to use to navigate this process, and be rest assured that by March next year, walking together this journey, we must be able to come back and say, this is the minimum of what we have been able to achieve, and beyond March, how do we move forward with regard to the rest of the other issues that might seem intransigent, that might seem very difficult, but in the immediate, Chairperson, if we can secure a better funding model, the rest of the issues will subject them to processes, but this one does not need anybody elsewhere. It is here on our table, it is within our sector, it is on our books, it is in our department, and that department is constituted by yourselves and councillors and driven by ourselves. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Ke a leboga, Deputy Minister. You know, being the program director, I've had to withstand some harsh comments. Earlier on, I was told I'm vertically challenged. And, well, it is okay. The Kgosi tse di tlotlegang, my apologies. My apologies. It is now 2 minutes after 1 o'clock. We will take, is 45 minutes for lunch enough? Okay, an hour for lunch. We'll then resume the program at 2 o'clock. The lunch will be served at the next to the reception in the main building. I think that's where we were yesterday. I will also request post our lunchtime the political parties to please try to be on time back in the hall so that we arrange you properly before we start the session at 2. Ke lebogile bagolo, we may adjourn for lunch. on the stage. DM Mahlobo, Re from the EFF. You know, it's after lunch and apparently I'm famous or known for fining cows, so. No, I'm starting with Rentleko for saying that I'm vertically challenged.
When he was the Minister of Police with me as a Chief Secretary, I was always like this. He would look at me like this.
Okay, may we begin our session? We will now go into the question and answer session, and we will do it like we did in the morning. We will take Can I request that we take all the questions and request the political leaders to note them down, after which I'll give to each one of them to respond. Is that okay? I hope that will work. I will start on my left. Can we take questions from the left, your right, meaning my left, your right, Kgosi? Kgosi Sqau, Morena Mopedi, Kgosi Mokoena. Unfortunately, I don't know your name, but okay. Kgosi Mokhale. Do we have more questions? Kgosi Khadi. I'm not yet in this section. And we will conclude. Nkosazana, you had your opportunity. We'll conclude with Kgosi Ntshanwisi. If it's a short question, because I stayed for quite a while there by your row and you didn't lift up your hand. Okay, so you'll come in because it's Women's Month. Can I request the questions to flow in that order? Beginning with Nkosi Sqau. Bracken, can we have the mic?
Mandibulele kuwe mphathi Nkqubo. Ndibulise izikumkani zethu osihlalo omongameli bemibutho yobukhosi bonke abakhoyo namagosa. Ndingavuya uba kanti noko bayandiva apha ngaphambili kwisixhosa esindisithethayo. Ndicela uqala kwi-EFF ngombuzo othi iyinyani na into obana abantu mabathathe umhlaba ngenkani, laa nto kuthiwa yi-land invasion. Inintsi ke phaa kuthi bathi ke bathunywa ngumbutho wabo umhlaba mabawuthathe. Itsho loo nto iphazamise ulawulo lwethu lokunikeza umhlaba ebantwini. Futhi kukho nento ke simane sityholwa ngayo yokokubana abantu abangomama asibanika umhlaba. Ayikho loo nto. Wonke umuntu oselungelweni lokunika umhlaba uyawunikwa, engumama, eyintombi, eyindoda. ndidlule ndiye pha kwi-ANC. Kwi-ANC ndifuna ukuthi ndililungu layo mna nje bandilapha. Ndililungu layo nje kudala sithetha ngezinto zobukhosi. Noba ngoku i-30 years sigqibile. Ingaba sawuhlala sithetha into enye sizinkosi kude kube nini khona ukuze izinto zethu zibe ziyalungiswa. Kuba ngasa sithetha into enye nabanye abakweminye imibutho bayazazi izinto sizithethayo kuba basuka apha kwi-ANC siyabazi. So ndifuna ukuthi kwawude kube nini sithetha into enye. Eyokugqibela, ingaba i-ANC ayikayicingi na into bana kumthetho wayo not karhulumente constitution yayo i-ANC mayikhe ibe nayo i-role yobukhosi ukubonakalisa i-seriousness yayo nge-institution of traditional leadership, ingarelayi kwi-constitution kuphela. Ndidlule ndiye kwi-MK party. Ngelishwa ndiye ndaphuma ke ndiphuma utata uNhleko esetafuleni. Kodwa ikhona nje into encinci ebendifuna nje ukuyisabela into ethi ingaba indlu yenkosi ikhona nakulombutho we-MK party okanye ayikho. Napha kwi-ANC ndiyafuna uyisabela uba ikhona na indlu yenkosi kwi-ANC. Napha kwi-EFF ndiyafuna usabela uba ikhona na indlu yenkosi ngokwale mibutho yonke. Enkosi.
Thank you, Kgosi. Morena Mopedi.
Ke a leboha program director. Ke na le potso ho ANC. DM, you said to us, or as the institution of traditional leaders, if we want to have talks with the ANC, we should invite you into our table to have a discussion with you. Then, is it possible to invite people who don't answer your calls to our meetings? Because all the leadership of ANC are in government, they don't respect us. They don't even answer our calls if you want to invite them to the table to discuss our problems. So, to then have communication with the African National Congress. Thank you.
Ke a leboga morena. Ke kopa, I think ke Kgosi Mokoena.
Dr. Moroka. My question to my three political organizations is what makes it so difficult for you, our organization, who are in Parliament, to amend Chapter 12 of our Constitution? The shortest chapter in the Constitution that only talks to traditional leaders, no functions, no powers. We have been saying this for quite some time now. If all what was said this morning can be believed to be true and honest, can I get from you whether from here you are going to mobilize your members of parliament to, even if it comes to a push, to have a private member's bill that will enable this chapter to be amended? This question goes to all my political organizations. Number two, to the African National Congress. We once complained, and maybe because I'm talking to my son, who is not new in the royal setup. Traditional leaders and our kings were insulted by one leader in the ANC who called Kgosi village tin pot dictators. We demanded a public apology from this leader. He did not apologize. As if that was not enough, another leader, he said, I'm quoting verbatim, this country led by the African National Congress, who are Republicans, is not yet ready yet to be led by unelected kings and queens and traditional leaders. Is that the policy of the ANC, or is only those individuals who are excited when they see cameras? The last question to the ANC as well, finally. My son, we have a problem of some officials in the Free State. We tried using my other cap to have a meeting with the Premier of the Free State. We even requested a meeting with the MEC responsible for COCTA, because we wanted to raise other issues. Do you have a means or any advice? What do we do when a politician deployed by the ANC cannot respond to calls or to communications or correspondence sent to her and even to this MEC? I'm following on what was said by the chairperson of the Provincial House in the Free State, just to check if they are not touchable, it's fine. We'll accept that some of the people deployed by my organization, even if they misbehave, it is fine, because a lot is happening. I'm talking to the removal of traditional leaders from their positions by some provincial governments, just to check whether are we singing from the same hymn book with my organization to protect this institution, to protect this leadership who are not elected but are born to be leaders in those specific roles. I think I've spoken.
We are going to the back. I'm not sure, I didn't get your name.
Thobela Realocha. Leina la ka ke na Oscars fane ke mola. Ke re ke jo bolela Sepedi. Ka re bona le ba ge shuka mo ba se kwisha Sepedi. Mara bongwe ke tlaleka question ya bobedi ke tlaleka ya go English. Na ke tswa ke le mo Pretoria mo Shaguwe. Ke rana business Sufficient Grace Trading and Little Tlotlo Trading Enterprise. A ge shuka tswa ke le ka mo Limpopo ka mo. Ke nna go dula mo Gauteng. My question is that can a government make a conducive environment for small business to penetrate on the economy, and then also can they make can the cost of doing business be affordable to our country, as more as many companies are closing the doors. Reason being they no longer afford the cost of doing the business. And then also can government make a government all and the political parties are they can make a way for SMME to attract more market in Africa free trade, because the pie in Africa is big, but the problem is that there's a gateway, the red tapes. Can we break away the barriers so that the entry for the first penetration of the business economy of the business be easier for SME to play in that sectors, and so government play a role in township economy, because township economy it was ignored before. But according to the statistics that the township economy there's a lot of money in the informal sectors. formal sectors. Can the government make a way for conducive environment for SMME to play?
Ke a leboga Rra Kgosi Mogale.
Thank you, Program Director. My leadership. Ke le dumedise gape. I've got 2 questions, 3 for Provincial Chair or EFF, and then maybe 1 or 2 for DM. I wanted to ask the EFF Provincial Chair, Khoi, as much as he has promised what he has promised in his speech, we've had many promises before. What makes you, what you say, become different for us? And then, with the view of already our porous borders, and Lerona as Kgosi, we have problems with our foreigners who are coming in. And as you know, any person otla momotseng wa begiwa. Hasa begiwi like the foreigners are not. And you as Kgosi want to remove them from your village, you are served with court orders. As EFF, and you say that you support traditional leadership, what is your stance on that issue? Since we've already heard from your CIC that all borders must be opened. Last question, how can we trust the EFF? For a whole term where former President Jacob Zuma was in office, they fought him tooth and nail. But as soon as he's removed, the CIC is seen drinking tea with him. Now, the issue that I have is, how do you trust somebody who's going to tell us that this is the way we should go, and then eventually he changes tune without warning? To the DM. DM, you and I have had meetings already. I didn't want to ask a question, but Morena there spoke something that was very important. And it talks about when you're inviting people to come. Now for now, it's the mayors. We had called, as chairperson of the local house in Bojanala, we had called together with the district mayor a meeting with the executive of Bojanala, as well as the different municipalities that are there. And the whole objective was for them to tell us what is their goal and what is their plan for our communities. 2 mayors came. The other 2 did not come without an apology. Only to hear 2 weeks later that another mayor from one of the municipalities who decided not to answer the district mayor's call called a similar meeting to address with his resident Kgosi. So the question I ask is, why is there respect for some Kgosi and some Kgosi there is no respect? Especially in that particular case, he calls meeting for those resident Kgosi. On the final hour, he postpones. And he has done it many occasions. Northwest has given ANC some of their biggest support. And most of that support comes from our communities. Now, how best can we work together with ANC so that the same support we give you in the political sphere, that you give us as communities? Thank you.
Ke a leboga Kgosi Kgadi. Bra Kenny Mike mo pele.
Ke a leboga. A go leboge doctor. Di putishonyana jaaka ke je tharo. Ya mathomo is for all parties. Do they have or do you have strategies on how the traditional authority can get their land back? Because kam ka o ka re lebele agree gore traditional leadership ke di custodian ja land. And then ya bobedi ke taba ya EFF. EFF e bontshitse mo gore itla leka ka bojotlhe jwa yona gore succession within the traditional authority e ba ka tsela ya maleba le tseba jwang gore motho o ke motho wa maleba na cause lena le fela di politician ye le yona e lebantšhitše all parties. If we have a dispute and we go to court and there is a court order, do you honor the court order? Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga Kgosigadi, Kgosi Ntsangusi.
Inkomo vachaviseki na tlhela ni komba ku hlonipha vukoho bya n'wenhlengetano leyi. A ni lava ku vutisa ku for the last plus minus 30 years ANC a yi ri na yo power hinkwayo and sweswi 2025 ma ha hi nyika ti-promise letiya which you made in the past. Shana, is it possible for you to achieve those promises when you don't have the majority any longer? And ka hinkwenu mi hlanganile, are you committing yourselves when you get to parliament, you will push for all these things that we want as senior traditional leaders? Inkomo.
Ke a leboga Kgosi. Princess Nkosazana.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. This is Nkosazana Jongelanga, Inkosi Tushani Yaselwandle. Ma'am, the reason I was told to raise up my hand was because my question was not directed to the panel, but it was directed to the DM. But seeing that he's not sitting there, I was not sure whether they were going to give us an opportunity to give questions to the DM of cooperative governance. So I was not sure. I wanted to find out from you if he's still going to go to the podium and answer our questions, because mine are directed to the DM.
I think we can make that provision, so maybe you should pose the
Yes,
question.
because I assumed so since he spoke before. Okay, I just wanted to ask the DM that as they are going to review the policies around the local government, we are traditional leaders, we sit in councils, you know, the Kwamasipala, local government, as observers, which actually lends us as opopai, because there's nothing much you can say. So when they review, I need them to consider this, because the actual policies that are in existence in defining our roles at local government are very clear, but it does not happen. And they only confine us to the status of being an observer. And if we are to influence the agenda of local government, we should at least be sitting at the level of mayoral committee or even any portfolio committee. We don't even sit on portfolio committee of rural development, and yet they come with IDPs that are already defined to our administrations and tell us what is supposed to happen. So I think as traditional leadership, we should be given that space of influencing the agenda before it goes to the communities. The other thing that I wanted to ask the DM is that he said you are a fourth sphere of government. In my knowledge, all other three spheres of government are funded through our taxes or whatever the funding that there is. And this sphere of government is not. But the question for me is that, are we a fourth sphere of government or fourth sphere of governance? Because once you allocate us to government, we lose our sovereignty as the institution. And if there is a majority party that is leading, when you are in government, it means you are mostly aligned to that political, whoever the government of the day is. So I just wanted to understand the terms when you say a fourth sphere of government or fourth sphere of governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Nkosazana. We have exhausted the side. Now we come to the middle. Kgosi Masibi, Kgosi Pilane, Kgosi Phahla. We have 3 hands in the middle. Is it just those 3 hands? Kgosi Lamini, thank you. I'm going. I'm not sure if the General Secretary, are you raising your hand? You'll be the fifth hand. Okay, we may go.
Ke a leboga motlotlegi Kgosi Moroka ngaka ke dumedise baeteledipele ba di-party tsa sepolotiki. I'm going to begin with a quote, open quote. Our mettle as a nation will be judged by how we deal with the weakest and poorest amongst us. That statement was made by Chief Justice Pius Langa in Durban in 2005. About 10 years back in my village, a young girl of the age of 14 years was defiled and raped by a Bangladeshi national who happened to have rented about 2 or 3 shops in the village. The matter was taken to court. It was never prosecuted up until today. Now, these are direct challenges to all political parties present here, as they have representation in the Northwest Legislature. That young girl, I went to her family home. Her mother is deceased. She's living with her aunts and uncles and grandmother. She is from the poorest of the poor. Therefore, the criminal justice system in this country is highly corrupted. So I want to know how many children of that sort have been defiled by those illegal foreign nationals. And what is the government going to do to make sure that those people leave our villages? Because we never accepted them, we never gave them the license to trade, and because they are moneyed, they can buy themselves out of any situation. So I'm challenging you, the political party, to go to the Mabatu Regional Court in the old Parliament building and look for a regional court prosecutor by the name of Kefenze Diseko. He was the prosecutor who was prosecuting that matter. The reason I'm taking this matter directly to you is that talk is cheap. Politicians are well known for coming and talking and going. Now today, on the 20th of August 2025 in Benoni, I'm giving you a direct challenge to practice what you preach. That you tell your deployees in the Northwest Legislature and tell a certain lady by the name of Thabo, who's the chair of chairs in that legislature. She's from my village. I want that matter to be prosecuted as a matter of agency. I can't leave my home and go to a village in Bangladesh and wantonly break the law. And finally, there is another Pakistani national in my village who has taken me to court because I wanted to evict him from my village. So now tell me, as royal leaders, as you claim to be representing our interests as political parties, how do you allow, or is this constitution which is Eurocentric, which has taken away all our rights and privileges, whereby as a royal leader, I'm defenseless. I don't even have the money to go and defend myself in court. Because to litigate in this country, you need money. Now, is the EFF going to assist me, or the ANC or the MK, in litigating against those foreign nationals who are unwanted? They are unwanted guests in our villages. We want them out. How are you going to assist us?
Ke a leboga Kgosi Pilane.
Ke a leboga motsamaisa tiro ngaka Moroka. le batlotlegi ba ba leng teng ba dipolotiki madume a setse a ntshitswe ke ba botlhe. Potso ya ka ya ntlha e ya to all of the representatives by the party. One, a re bona go siame gore go ska ga nna le palo e lekanetseng ya di political party. Le bona go siame gore every morning, every day, motho a tsogang a itirele a political party. E ko bofelong e kgaoganyang strength or maatla a rona or di vote tsa rona gore le ge re batla go dira di phetogo tse di tshwana le tse re bua ka tsona tsa constitution e be re sa kgone go fitlhelela dilo tseo. Ya bobedi, a le bona gape all of you go tshwanetse gore melao ya rona e be santse e basitse mo Roman Dutch law e feleletsang e sa recognize botho ba rona. Ke buisiwa ke gore go na le di case tse di neng di community as a village ba tsere decision e feletseng e be e ko khoto go twe ga ba buisana le individuals go dirisiwa molao wa ipilra e ring community ka ska ya tsa decision or resolution ya yona e feletse go twe tshwentse batho ba botswe dipotso 1-1 ko di komitseng ya bona ba latelle. Is that the correct way of maintaining our Africanism? Ke ya ko ya boraro ya bofelo e ke tsang gore ke lebeletse gape ko ANC ka gore ke yona go gongwe e laolang puso jaaka Kgosi Masibe a nna bua mo go santseng go na le inequality treatment ya magosi differently mo go nang le di province tse di ganang go amogela molao o recognizing the headman. Go na le province tse or completely they don't want to recognize the headman. Mme di headman tseo e le tse leng gore ebile ba bangwe ba di fitlhetseng tse le di headman. Ga se di headman tse dintšhe batho ba golela ka botlase ga bona. Ya bofelo, I'm sorry, motlotlegi ke ya lefatshe. Ke utlwa every time the political parties ge di bua ka individual title deed for people in the community. Ga ke itse gore ga re recognize communal ownership ya lefatshe ka gore ge e ka ska le yone ya tlhalosega e tla re tlhakatlhakanyetsa ko bathong ba rona ka gore ko makgweng go na le communal ownership mo batho ba tsayang di lease e ba kgona go dirisa di lease tseo jaaka individual title ba kgona go accessa all these benefits tse di tsamaisanang le individual title deed. Jaanong a ke gore tshwentse re phatlalatse setso sa rona e be re bolae di community tsa rona ka gore the fact that santse di community na le mafatshe ke gore ne di a tshwere mmogo otherwise nke ba rekisitswe a otlhe. Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga Kgosi. Kgosi Phahla.
Thank you, Chairperson. 4 quick ones. This one is directed to all political parties in Parliament. Is the legislation in this country only applicable to us ordinary citizens and the parliamentarians are immune to such legislations? I'm asking this because the 1913 Act, the 1936 Act permitted the Native Affairs Minister then, subsequently the Land Affairs Minister, later the Land Agriculture and Rural Development Minister to hold our communal land in trust for us. The 2 Acts permitted that. Now, because the 2 Acts have been abolished, what gives the minister now matla a go re swarela mafase ao, because there's no legislation that permit him or her to hold that land on our behalf? Are we so dumb, stupid, uneducated that we cannot hold land for ourselves? That's number one. This one is applicable to all the political parties there. Number two is directed to the EFF. I listened to him saying the EFF is a progressive party that is people-centered. And I want all these answers to be brutally honest in being answered. Not being diplomatic, not being philosophical, just be honest. Because you are talking to rulers of the land today, not just ordinary people. Are you serious when you are saying that? Because you have been on TV and radio and whichever medium that you can think of saying South Africa is for all Africans. When you check at the level of crime committed in this country, 80% of the fingerprints taken are unknown or belongs to unknown persons, which clearly says someone who is not in the records of Home Affairs is in this country and doing crime as he or she wishes. Is that what you call people-centered? For South Africans to struggle and suffer under those kind of conditions from those people? Honest and don't be diplomatic, please. The third one is directed to my honorable Deputy Minister. I remember very well, I was with my Contralesa President and other Contralesa delegates when we went to Matlambandu. 2019, on the 17th of April to be precise. And one of the issues that were raised there that we agreed on was that there is a need for a stand-alone department that deals directly with royal leaders. We agreed there, but never materialized. Is it possible that we can revive that call that we made during that day when the President Ramaphosa was in attendance? The Deputy President, may his soul rest in peace, as well as Deputy Minister Babel. Can that be resuscitated and revisited? Because all you are saying is that you respect royal leadership. If you really respect this institution, big as it is, can't you look into the matter of establishing a stand-alone department that deals with only with royal leaders? This one, let me direct it to the ANC. In all what he was saying while I was listening, he said some beautiful things about this institution. But there is a certain law in economics, we call it Pareto optimality. What applies to the left must apply to the right. You are saying you respect this institution, and yet you allow someone to draft a communal land tenure bill that says If 60 households within a particular community can decide that we want to establish our own traditional leadership, that bill allows that to happen. Is that support for our leaders when you say you are going to divide the entire communities under royal leadership to have their own? This is my last question, and I'm pleading that let them be brutally honest with their answers.
Re a leboga Kgosi, Nkosi Dlamini.
Oh, sanibonani endlini nonke bekunene. Ngudlamini usidlubula dledle sakalubambi kwathi wasasibadlubulisa udlubulo omhle kumalangeni lokhulumayo. Ngumtukulu wasobhuza. Ngibonge ke kwindlovukazi uMoroka, founder member yaka ANC sabizwa ukuthiwa iAfrican Native National Congress. Siyamazi baba wakho sisi. Anginawo umbuzo omnengi kakhulu. Ngi-introduce namhlanje a new political party ebizwa kuthiwa iAMCA, Kgosi National Cultural Authority. Aha, nihlale nidlala ngathi ma politicians. Sesingaphakathi endlini. Ningizwa kahle, siyabonga ke. Umbuzo wami ngithanda ukubhekisa kubaba uMahlobo ngebhadi kumngani wami. Baba Mahlobo kwakhishwa imali engango 10 million. Kwenziwa iCommission kulonyaka ophelile. Kwabizwa wonke amakhosi ayofakwa lapha kwenziwa leyo commission. Kuze kube kumanje ziphi certificate dololo. Kudlalelwani ngamakhosi ayimikiswe lapha kuyokhishwa boma 10 million kubhadala iCommission ngecertificate ezingekho. Leyo mali ngabe yasetshenziselwa enye into banenge abantwana bethu abalambile Nkosi. Angifuni ukuyikhuluma ngeSwati ngitayifaka inhlamba. Ngicela ukusho ke Nkosi, ngicela naku Chairperson wami ukuthi anginako lokunenge Nkosi. Ngicela nje kuphendvuleka ekutheni tiphi certificate ta 10 million bongos. Dankie.
Ke a leboga Nkosi Dlamini, the General Secretary of Contralesa.
Thank you very much, Kgosi. Greetings to all the leadership in the House. Let me go straight to the questions. Perhaps let me preface these questions by saying that it is the view of traditional leaders of the country that the status that ought to be given to the members of the House should be full-time. Let me start there. Well, for now, the chair and the deputy, and ideally even the executive, are full-time. But the contradiction is that from our considered view, the chairperson of the National House ought to be given the status of the presiding, part of the presiding officers of the legislature. Because the House is actually a legislative organ. It's more like a third house of parliament, if you like. We've been making this demand as Contralesa that let us not juniorize the leadership of the House of Traditional Leaders and reduce the House itself to a mere advisory body. So seriousness starts there. You have an odd situation where even the bureaucrats that serve and service the members of the House, they earn more than the members of the House. They even earn more than the chair and the deputy of the House. How do you expect them to be respected by those officials? Why don't you equate the salary package and benefit of our leaders to the same level of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the same level as the Chairperson of the NCOP and the Deputy. Because political leaders come before traditional leaders. They bow. And I think that bowing is not genuine. Because if I were to ask you, my leaders, do you know how much a senior traditional leader earns in this country? If I were to take your telephones so that I don't allow you to Google that information, I am sure you will be found wanting in terms of answering that question. So this is a sore point that I think it needs to be fixed. And I would like to hear your comment insofar as that and what these political parties that are represented there today say about this issue. Secondly, when there are state ceremonies, the example is the State of the Nation address. There are processions that we observe since 1994. Beautiful pomp and ceremony happening in Cape Town, where the President of the Republic is expected to deliver the address. There is a missing representation, which is very glaring. You have the Presidium, the Presidency, and the Deputy, the Speakers, the Premiers, the Judges. Everybody else is there, even the Army Generals. But traditional leaders do not feature, including the leadership of the National House. They sit in the gallery. And we've been saying this thing is incorrect, let alone the fact that in this country we have got kings. The kings are totally absent in that picture. So I think we would love to hear from you insofar as that is concerned. What is your position? Because it's something that needs to be corrected. Lastly, are you aware that in the last 3 years, more than 60 traditional leaders have been killed through the barrel of the gun in this country? And that traditional leaders are exposed. There are kings who do not have security at all, whatsoever. Senior traditional leaders, all of them, they don't have security. What are we saying? What is the seriousness on the part and parcel of the leadership that is political when you are exposing leaders that are targeted and the killings are going ahead and escalating in terms of the number unabated? What is your position? What can be done to prevent and protect these killings and protect the traditional leaders from being killed? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, General Secretary. We now move to the last section. Can I please have hands? Ra? We just have one hand. Kgosi, ke go utlwile ditsebe tsa me di bogale tota. Ke tlile go tla mo go wena. I'll just make an exception for you.
Ha ke dumedise mofumahadi. Ha ke dumedise mofumahadi ke a leboha go utlwile ho o bile o ngaka. Se ke se emelang haholoholo ke sena batho ba dipolitiki kaofela ba tshepisa batho ba ya lo ho marena.
Rra ke mang re ka simolla fo?
Ke Seatlholo sa morena Mohlomi Moramonyane lebitso la ka ke Tladinyane Mohlomi. I'm the one of the babambele ba throne. Although babambele ba khutlisetswa ha o qala 1994 ho teng bene ba throne ba fuwa because there are some family tsa bona ne le di politician.
O ka tsena mo kgangeng ya gago rra.
Kganye ke tlang ho yona ke na he mme wa ka. Batho ba no ba mon ba di politician re ba votelwa ba ya tla kana go ba batlang di vote ho marena. Ha ba qeta ha ba tshepisi tse ba tla ba tshepa sebedisa haholo Eurocentric Afrocentric ba e sebedisa. Ba ka tsengata marena hana mantswe a tshwarwa marena mona South Africa and batho ba ba di politics the first president ha e kala ba tetsa maile ya ho fumama ka mora Queen Elizabeth ka ofela bona ba fumama ka impa mona South Africa ha ba fumame ka pela marena ana a busang a mona a tlotsitsweng ke badimo ke yona ntwe bohloko ba morena o a tswalwa morena ke morena ka setjhaba ke batla ho tsebisa hape hore amkhaiteng e bitswa hore ke Kgosi Marena Cultural Authority e butswi ke nna le balekane ba ka hore e tlo tseba hore e sebetse le marena di bota tsane tsene di sebetsa di sa gole ka fo mola mona le di headmen tse sa goleng ba tle ba tsebe hore ba tle ba tlo tseba ho gola marena a tsebe hore a bena le upper house di politician di bena le lower house bana se re hlotse gala ba ne bue chance ba sa itse letho
Order.
ya bobedi ke batla ho ya ho ntate anwa MK ke utlwile o bua ka marena ke bona morena le mo parlamenteng ho yena mang le di zangoma tsena tsene ba di canvasa ka tsona ha una la se le seng setting ANC le yona e file motho a iwana ke no bitsa mabitso a batho hore a nyollwe ba jwalo ka bana ba le dethroned ba phete ba khutse to stulong ke a gola ka hore Mosotho bitla la morena mohlomi a le hole le mana ha eno mo ha ileng teng moramonyane EFF yona e re batho ba ka ntle ha batle ha ba kene ha ona di board empa ntwe bohloko ya mafatsheng a mang ha ke ya ha morena ke a ne morena mopedi man ha ka tloa mana e soma benyeng ha morena thaka so ha ke ya morena mopedi o tla me a ke tlelle lengolo la bakwena ke fihle ke re mokwena ke lena lengolo ke tlotla khumama ka pela hao ka fo mana morena ke a ne morena ya nwa motswana ka nqana ha ke ya ha hae ke tlatla ka bopaki ba hore ha ke se kebeka mona ho kena le baruti ba beta ba qeta ba etsa ba khutla ba re ba phetele hape ba re ha ba fuwe sebaka sa hore ba khutlela ha ba tsamaye ba ha bo bona blacklist ha motho a sentse mona ha khutlela habo a ska pheta le beya mona ke a lebo
Re a lebogara. Ke kopile gore ke tle ke re exception because Kgosi o na ise a nne teng a tsene mo sectioneng ya rona ha re simolla. Kgosi ke kopa mic. Make potso ya rona ya bofelo eo. That's our last question.
Thank you, Moradisi. Kgosi Dr. Morog.
Ke a leboga Kgosi.
Traditional leaders really are in a serious conundrum. This is what we cannot tolerate. You see, we started singing this song with PP. Now we changed it to staccato. Then we said, no, let's polish it with crescendo. Now that you don't want to listen to the good music, we are now going to sing it with FF, not EFF. I mean, fortissimo. In other words, we are going to shout. Program director, ANC, promises after promises. You see, I think it is enough. You are now old enough to make promises. Yours is to fulfill those promises. Let these other parties make their own promises because it is their time to make promises. So ANC Badala straight man. Don't make promises. Fulfill your promises, please. Mradisi. The credibility of traditional leaders is it's at stake, really. Because these political parties are sending us from pillar to post. We are running after them like poodles. I don't know what. We want to listen to them, though they are saying nothing at all. They are making empty promises just because they want to see themselves in parliament. So after some time, they are saying we want 2/3 majority in order to fulfill our promises. Please, don't come to us and tell us about 2/3 majority. You are in parliament. While Salubi parliament, about 18 parties. You are 18, isn't it? 18 political parties. Khomu hui babalaile khomu ye molemo wa kobela ye mo kobela le dinaka. Khona madoda. No. Jwale ga esale lekana ka gore le 18. You are splitting the votes. No party is going to get upright majority. I'm telling you. No party is going to. Don't tell us about the government of national unity. It will never go back. Thank you.
Ke a leboga, Kgosi. It is now 3:00. I am going to request all political parties. We will give you 12 minutes each. Is it too much? It means you have nothing to say to us. 10 minutes then, because apparently 12 minutes is a lot. In that order, MK, EFF, and the ANC.
No, thank you very much, Kgosi. This time around, I'm gonna not say what I said. For starters, I think maybe I'm gonna say this thing because maybe it's because I'm new, that I so wish we could have regular interactions of this particular nature. And I'm saying this thing because we don't seem to realize, in my opinion, that what we are faced with is a total rethink and a total sort of a different approach altogether with regards to issues of our governance. And I think we need to begin there. Now, the starting point is this. Abelung, when they came, 1652, 1820, and onwards, they came and they were confronted with resistance led by traditional leaders, not political parties. Now, and I think we need to ask ourselves a question. What changed? How did this thing swing the other way around? If traditional leaders were at the forefront of mobilizing our people to resist colonialism, for an example, and land grab and subsequent sort of land thieving, so how did this thing swing away from traditional leaders? And that's why I'm saying we need to begin a rethink about this thing, because if we don't do that, any other thing that we do, it's not going to work. And that's why we say as MK that at the centrality, at the central point of what this society should become, it should be traditional leaders at the center in providing leadership. You see, for an example, Kgosi now raises the issue of land invasion. Of course, this which I'm saying now, I'm not responding on behalf of the EFF. They will respond to their issue. But in context, we have all these negative experiences in our societies and in our respective communities today, precisely because at a macro level, there is land hunger. Now the question is, at what point do we collectively put all our efforts and energies to deal with the issue of land hunger? So that you don't deal with the symptoms. I'm not suggesting in the visitor that we don't deal with this problem, this scourge of disorderly land grab and lawlessness and so on. But I'm saying whilst we deal with that, let's also not lose sight on the macro question, okay? So, that's one important aspect. You also raised the issue, no, you asked the question whether MK does have a royal council. You asked the question, sorry, Minister, bengeze lutho uthole leli thuba. Undaba ezithuhlele esitulweni sakho la. Ngathi ngoba mina ngiyabona ukuthi kubhaleke ngenye indlela. So I'm saying, the question of the Royal Council, we as Umkhonto weSizwe, firstly, let me start here. Our constitution says that we must establish a royal council. Now, we are in the process, and in fact, we have been engaging with various structures of traditional leadership at different points, because we have been canvassing the view in terms of what should be the scope of constituting a royal council in MK. And I learned so many other things. I mean, I did not know that, for an example, the traditional leadership values, for an example, equation Yeimbongi, to the extent to which they do, that they should also find representation in the scope of a royal council in MK, abilities, and so on. I mean, so you learn all these things out of regular interaction with different Kgosi and so on. So we have concluded that exercise. The stage that we're left with now is the question of the national leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe to then endorse a proposal that is being put before it, to then say, if we constitute a royal council in Umkhonto weSizwe, this is how it should be constituted, not necessarily the names, but the scope, right? Once we're absolutely clear on that question, we shall then accordingly establish a royal council. We've also said to ourselves that yes, it's good to have a royal council there, but how do you deal with it at a provincial level? You must also have structural mechanisms there. But beyond that, how do you deal with it at a local level? Because we just do think that, for instance, there is value in political leadership that in the business of anything that we do, who sit there and listen to us engaging. Those of us abakhulele emakhaya would know this thing, ukuthi ekhaya kuye kube nomuntu omdala nje. Mhlawumbe ugogo noma umkhulu noma ubani, kodwa umuntu osemdala nje ohlala phansi kwesihlahla. Ukuba khona kwakhe, he or she may not even say a word, but ukuba khona kwakhe presence shape a different character and behavior out of when as a member of a family like her. I think you will relate to this particular thing. Now, in social governance, we require that. Because those of us that have been there for decades and we've seen things and we've seen how even into, not even just political leadership, even just question of social activism, social leadership and so on, how that over time has been, I think, how do you call it, juniorized, right? So kusuka ingane engaganiwe ibe yikhansela, for an example. I'm just making it like a practical example. Now the next thing that happens is that ubaba Hlabisa, minister, uganiwe. Mhlawumbe namakhosikazi, I don't know. Wavele wathi uthi uyedwa, kulungile ke yedwa. But what it means is that ubaba Hlabisa mayine problem emzini wakhe, nkosikazi wakhe, uya kulo mfana oyikhansela and say what to him? And say what? Here's a boy, 25, 28, 30, akanamuzi. Uzam-advise athini umnumzana womuzi, right? So these are the challenges that I'm saying. When I'm saying we must rethink, it's exactly that. We must rethink the whole question of how we deal with ourselves. Thirdly, when you listen to traditional leaders speaking, it's as if they are seeking permission from somebody. It's as if you are seeking permission from somebody. And I think that's what needs to change. Because part of the rethink is posing a question, the question that says, Abelung ba figala, and made everything else. That's what they did, right? But they kept what is theirs intact. So, Scandinavian countries, banobuholi babo, traditional leadership there. Among these and obuholi babo, kuzokushiwo futhi ukuthi izwe elikabani. Right? Akushiwo ukuthi izwe lenu la. Asisho njalo. Siyasho kodwa eNgilandi ukuthi izwe kwakukhwini eqala sekubani manje? King. Yeah, king, yes. Sekubuye manje, right? Clear. The Dutch, same thing, right? Now, but when it came to us, we were completely disorganized and scampered around and lost the value that we should always keep in place. And now, and that's the issue that we have to attend, and I think we need to be ruthless about this thing. I mean, I just do think, we just need to be ruthless about this thing and assert ourselves. Personally, I don't know the issue about Chapter 12, but I do think that we are open to being educated about it and what value it will bring about. We were more than open to support the question of what it is that needs to be done with regards to Chapter 12. Now, Khoi-San, before I get to Khoi-San, Kgosi spoke to the question of the strategy to get the land back. You know, I always say this thing because I think it would be an ideal situation to reach this point, where even ourselves as political formations, we should be led by traditional leaders on the question of fighting for the land. Because we don't have to request for it. It's our land, we must get it back. Now, and I think we should tap into the history of our forebearers, for an example, who fought for the land? Amakhosi. Whether we emampondweni, noma uye basuthini kumshweshwe, uye bapedini, suphelile 10 minutes I'm sorry. Amakhosi akithi they fought for umhlaba wethu. Now, of course, in modern times, we need to find different ways and means of how we do that, but not relent on the question of getting our land back. Okay. Now, for instance, Princess Kgosi raises this question, which I think is part of this debate that we should have. Are you the fourth sphere of government, or are you part of the third sphere of government, and so on and so it goes. Now, that question, sorry, we should not, poor mic, we should not lose sight of it, because I think it's critical, it's fundamental, okay? It's fundamental. How do you put Amakhosi at the central point of local governance, for an example? How do you put Amakhosi in relation to issues of economic development at a local level? And so it goes. So I would not necessarily, Mina, be able to provide an answer here and now on that question in terms of what is the actual categorization, except to say that it should form part of the debate that should be there. I couldn't remember Undabezita who spoke at the back there about SMMEs and whatever. I know that is government. Government will respond to that. Government is going to respond to that. Safe to say, Utin, it is part of this particular challenge that when we deal with issues of transformation, we're not deliberate. Now, I've seen this thing practically now that I'm out of government. That policy is something else, but implementation and execution thereof manifests itself differently on the ground. And that's the gap that must be closed. But at another point, I will talk about the issue of policy development and the gaps that are there, and so it goes. So, Undabezita uzo pendula on behalf of government. Thank you.
I think Re Nhleko spent 4 minutes on jokes, and that ate up on his time. I'll request the EFF to come forth. Can I kindly request to get straight, direct to the questions and responses that you need?
No, thank you very much, Program Director and Kgosi.
My sincere apologies for being out of order. May I kindly welcome our Honorable Minister, Minister Hlabisa, who has joined the session. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Ngibingelele, the Minister who has just joined us. Nginibingelele futhi ninonke, Your Majesties. In answering the questions, I'll just do a broad response to the questions that have been raised. The first question being about land invasion. The position of the EFF is that there must be land expropriation and expropriation without compensation. We hold true to that belief because it's the only way that we can reform and change the patterns of ownership in South Africa, especially when you look at the land that has been audited, about 80% of it lying in the hands of private ownership, and 80% of it being white and only 4% being black. The other position of the EFF is that the state must be the custodian of land. So when the EFF takes over government through your votes, we are going to make sure that the land belongs to the people and the people is the state. And then the role of traditional leaders in terms of the dispensation or the management of the land would be on the same premise of the understanding that traditional leaders are custodians of traditions and culture. And part of traditions and culture is the dispersion or the dispensation of land to your people. So it forms part of the act of traditional leaders to do the necessary allocation for land redistribution and distribution to the people that serve you and the ones that you serve. I do agree that it's not true that women are not given land, but there are certain areas, and we must be honest with ourselves, where women are still subject to an inferiority complex, particularly in terms of access and allocation to land. But it's not something that is universal throughout. It's in its own little pockets where I think the necessary work through yourselves as the leadership, you are able to interact with other chiefs and majesties to really try and find a better way of reform. But it's isolated incidences. And we do appreciate that from the level of traditional leaders, because we are of the understanding that traditional leaders understand that giving access to land, particularly to women, is giving access to the nation. So, what makes it difficult to amend Chapter 12 of the Constitution in terms of functions and powers? It requires a discussion, and because the National Assembly and the political parties that sit there being properly lobbied through a meeting of such a nature, you are able to advance that argument to us. We are here. We have heard your cry. We'll report back to the leadership that sent us here to say, there is a view by traditional leaders that says that look at the amendment of Section 12 in terms of the powers and the duties and functions of traditional leaders. Look at the increase thereof. It is in line with the EFF position. More so because there was a view that was expressed here in terms of what then happens to traditional leaders and their safety. You increase and you do the necessary allocations in terms of amenities, in terms of privileges. It is very much necessary that we do it because we are living in a South Africa that is extremely violent, and they are able to be better protected. And with more functions and more powers is more responsibility. It means that you need to be safeguarded even more. The EFF is said to make many promises. What makes us different? We hold true to our commitment. So I, in the opening, failed to mention that welcome to the city of Ekurhuleni that is governed by the economic freedom fighters with the ANC. So if you want to look at the position of the EFF in government, particularly in the city of Ekurhuleni, you'll understand that the voters made no mistake. We hold true to what we say that we will do. We give the necessary time frames and we do exactly that. There is not a single MMC that you can mention outside of EFF MMCs in Gauteng. And that's on the basis that they are on the ground doing the work that they've been elected and appointed to do. So that's what makes us different. What makes us different is that we spend less time in the office and more time on the ground. What makes us different is that we have never called an HOD and asked for tenders and contracts, but we give direction in terms of what must happen. We say there is not a single public representative of the EFF engandlula a sewage on the road and not call the relevant department and follow up on it. And that's a commitment that we make. But we can only ask that you afford us an opportunity. But in asking for affording us an opportunity is to also say that just give us 5 years. We're not looking for 30 years. We're just looking for 5 years. And we'll be able to make those differences within the 5 years. And if we don't do it within the 5 years, I don't vote for us next time. I don't think even us ourselves, if we have failed, will want to be in the ballot. So that's the EFF commitment in terms of government. We have explained thoroughly the issue of the drinking of the tea. Is that at the center of everything that the EFF does is to hold through to the commitment of the people of South Africa. The Commander-in-Chief has expressed that the engagement of the tea was to ask the former that considering the political dynamics of the country, please surrender yourself so that there are no issues. Needless to say, just like a political prophet he was, you saw the July unrest that took place thereafter, based on the failures of having accepted that particular view by the Commander-in-Chief. There was no any other reason. A borderless South Africa that the EFF subscribes to, a borderless Africa does not necessarily mean a borderless South Africa. There is a vast difference between the two. The EFF advocates for a borderless Africa, a United States of Africa that can use one currency, that can have one police force, that can have one law-making body such as a parliament, where all the resources of the continent can be channeled under one and then be dispersed and then used. That's what the EFF advocates for. But in all of that, we cry for the documentation of each and every single African, because that is what is important. The failures to get the 50% or so people that can't be found on the basis of the fact that they had committed a crime and the South African police services cannot identify those people are on the basis of a under-capacitated detective unit in South Africa. That's one. The second element is on a dysfunctional home affairs as South Africa. There are many cases of South African-born citizens till today who do not have access to IDs. There are many who sit on the basis that their IDs are blocked because of criminality. So it's also not scientifically true that crime is committed by illegal immigrants in majority. The stats are there for us to have a look at. 52% of the crime, but we've got policemen who will be able to clarify, on former people of the police who will be able to assist in this regard, which is something that they ought to have clarified, because it was not an EFF question, it was a South African question. So, when we ask for everyone to be documented, we are able to know where everyone is. It makes for easier trading. It makes for easier cultural interaction. It makes for easier job creation. It makes it easier for Africans. Those who have traveled abroad would know that the United Kingdom in itself is on the same premise. The United States of America is built on the same. Today they are referred to as powerhouses economically, because it's easier to trade with one country over the other. It's easier to get a job from one place till the other. What is important is for us to document everyone. The EFF subscribes to constitutional supremacy. And that means that the rule of law applies and applies ultimately. If a court order comes out, there is no one who follows a court order like the economic freedom fighters. And that should be the role that we play even in government as well, where we put to higher regard our own laws, our own systems. But of course, the Constitution does allow for it to be questioned at the right platform. And we use those constitutional rights and those privileges to do just that. That's why we called for the amendment of the Constitution, which is a constitutional matter, but has a constitutional right for us to actually ask for the amendment. That's why we do all the things that we do, particularly in Parliament. Between the time of April and June last year, there was 3,700 rape cases in South Africa. That's about 40 women or children that get raped. It is a concern for the EFF. We have established the gender-based violence desk and would like to engage on these matters of particularly the Northwest, and we do make a commitment that we can follow up and that we will follow up on them as the economic freedom fighters. We do agree that the number of political parties that have been established are counter-revolutionary. The establishment of the EFF in 2013 was on the understanding and the correct analysis that the ANC is dying, and it's dying a slow death, and that there must be a political organization that is formed that can cushion the black majority that votes for the ANC, that is on orientation leaning to the left and a leftist organization, because we genuinely felt that the organization for the day is more centered and to the right. And that was the formation of the economic freedom fighters. As to why the other ones are formed after that begs a question to be asked. Because we've got a formidable organization with integrity, with principled leadership that can take South Africa forward. And I think that would have been the last point, but needless to say that the manifesto of the EFF is very clear in terms of restriction of land access, particularly to foreigners and billionaires, because outside of foreign nationals would be the class question that must be answered. And the class struggles would tell us that it becomes the next secondary question that we need to respond to. So the EFF manifesto is very clear that there must be a restriction of land access to foreigners. This was in relation to the issue of, I think it was in the Northwest that was raised here. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think we've reached the campaigning season yet, but DM, you know, you're not DM in this platform. The ANC, you have 15 minutes because I afforded everyone else extra time.
Thank you very much to Your Majesty, Kgosi, Dr. Moroka. And they are absolutely correct. We are one of those who funded the ANC. To Your Excellency, our Minister, Bulawayo, we are very pleased we are here. And the leadership of Khoi-San, Ate Cecil Lefroux, thank you so much. There are too many questions that have been asked, and I'm going to request I do a summary without being specific, but I will cover them in particular themes. One of the things that we must disabuse ourselves is to create an impression we have not worked together and we've made advances. And that will be one level of dishonest if we do so. And I can speak as a member of the NEC and NWC on behalf of the ANC, but I work with the institution. One of the things we did together with you, not the ANC, together with you, after we got freedom, were to start a journey to ensure that the choice we made together as people to follow the path of constitutional democracy. One of the things is that the institution of traditional leadership was enacted into the supreme law of the land. That's what we did. Together with you, we're then able to do other legislation around the Leadership Traditional Framework Act that we've been using over a period of time. That's what we did. Our omission that we're trying to do is the recognition of the Khoi-San, of the strategic role they played even before 1652. And it's a matter that this government must be able to conclude. And it's the right thing to do, it's not a favor. Equally, in terms of participation in governance, we created all the houses from the National House, then we actually have the Provincial House, we have the local houses. That's the institutional framework we did together. These are our advances. Equally, there was a biggest issue that way to undo the damage by apartheid. They dethroned many traditional leaders, Kgosi, Omthonyama. They installed many people. I know because I'm from the traditional leadership myself. I know what 1913 meant. I know what 1921 meant when land was actually being taken. That's why some of us, we joined politics, because we're to address the matter. I know as a personal experience. Many disputes that were there, and many people that were dethroned, Obabiende and others, we restored their dignity, including the kingships. But I must admit, our processes were far from perfect. There are certain gaps and there are certain mistakes that were made. It will not be true, and I will never agree to say we've done nothing. But I'll be the first to admit we have not moved far enough. We have not moved with the speed we're supposed to move. But equally, traditional leaders, my parents, you know, were addressing a damage of more than 300 years. And in 30 years, we will not have done everything. One of the things around there are gaps, as we agree with the National House. One of the gaps is in the legislation. And if there's a strong view, Kgosi Mkoena, I know where my dad, I was also a member of Contralesa in the 80s as a youngster, taking minutes as a member. with Kgosi Mahlangu and others that were there before. I know that the issue of having certain things implied in Section 12, we wanted to have a discussion to say, let's be explicit in Section 12, so that at least isidima samakhosi sibuyele. And the ANC supports that. But let's not talk the talk. Let's have a proposal. Let's have a discussion so that at least these matters are attended to. Ndabezitha, Kgosi Seatlholo, you know, I must say the galaxies and our ancestors, they agree the timing is right of calling this Parliament of the People. You know why? Your midterm review is coinciding after 30 years of democracy. Now we know what works and we know what doesn't work. Guess what? We are going to have a national dialogue after the convention. For the first time, traditional leaders must be getting involved with communities. We must mobilize. Because if we don't mobilize and it doesn't find space in the constitutional democracy we chose, if it is not there, it will not happen. Let's use this particular window to close these issues that are flagging, including around issues of roles. Remember, there's a role of traditional leaders on the question of the economy, on social issues and others, but it is being weakened over some time. How do we strengthen it and be able to manage it? You know, when it comes to tools of trade, we must thank the Eastern Cape. His Majesty Undabezitha Uchaw. They caused a problem in the Eastern Cape to respond, a positive problem. They were able to buy Amakhosi cars and the best of the cars, a house that is activist in nature. Abo Babu Mkwena, you know what they did? They called me as a youngster. You as a senior prince, come here. They say we cannot be overtaken by Eastern Cape. Leadership was provided. We gave Amakhosi the tools of trade. Where the sun is rising right now, you can be able to look upon them to say, what can we do? We're able to draw the lesson on how the Bafokeng royal family has managed the assets. Because, of course, we are also threatened. No one is going to respect you if you are done promoting development or people are living in poverty. They will undermine you. My dad always says he's not a chief. It's just iphoyisa umsebenzi wakho ukusebenzela isizwe. That's how we get to be brought out. But what we did in Mpumalanga, it became an unintended consequence. Other provinces, they never followed through. And government had to agree on the norms and standards around the question of the tools of trade. And we agree, those inequalities, Bulawayo, we must attend to them. Recently, we're attending to issue of Izinduni. KwaZulu-Natal, for quite some time, no provision was being made. Population has grown. Ecotizens is kulila villages win. And you need extra eyes for those. And those are some of the issues that we say we must attend as a matter of agency with this government. On the issues of the land matter remains unresolved. Over the last 30 years, we've done certain things around land restitution. It has created problems. That's why the Minister of Land Affairs must be able to say to us, this idea of CPAs, it has created some federalism and the undermining of the institution of traditional leadership. How do we actually manage that? Some of the issues of land matters, they have not been resolved. When claims were put in 1995, 1996, we want them to be completed. We have now introduced the expropriation law. Others, they are actually opposing it. That expropriation law. Remember, we're a country of the law. We can't act arbitrarily. Nisikhulise kanjalo ukuthi kunomthetho kunemilawo. Now you can't teach us new things. And if the law has a gap, let's agree that let's fix it. And the ANC, as your organization that you created yourselves, it can't say no, but let's follow those particular processes. But the land matter is a matter that remains the biggest sore. I know it personally because what it means. We lost more than 14 farms because of the system. And it's a matter that nobody can say, we are making a promise, you don't know it. I've lived it. And I know the pain. And most, as I said, Comrade Benson Amashe as a prince is from the royal household. All the leaders that are here, Ubulawayo, Baba, Umasemula, we all know the pain, but we need to hurry up. You need to urge us to be able to move. On the issues of people who are disrespectful, there's a serious matter around moral decay. There's an issue that an institution called a family, an institution called a community has been threatened. A number of the social ills have found root within our community. Then we need to answer the question, what do we do? To raise the child with proper values and virtues. Even some traditional leaders, they have actually put the institution of traditional leadership into shame around the abuse of power, some of them involved in corruption and other activities. And one matter that we must also be able to deal with is a question around communal land. How do you allocate land? A number of people continue, especially some headmen, some of them they are bogus, amadun, banikezela umhlaba, and actually disrupt the issues on how government is. Bamnike ugoloko, and you sell our land of our forefathers. And we must be able to be doing an introspection and be critical of our weaknesses. Laba ke be-ANC, it was very unfortunate, Bondabezit, to call you names. It's regrettable. It's not the position of our organization. Well, it's a democracy, there are views, but the organization has not taken a conference resolution to disrespect you. That's why even in its NEC, there are members from royal family. In government, to respect you, we have a deputy minister from the royal household. Is how we place significance on you. But the weakness is the ability of you as our leaders to actually send me. Nistume. Umasnga to make, niskip. We have never made us to account. Ngelinye ilanga ngiyezwa la abanye bakwatile bathi sekufuneka sibe nomnyango wethu. Umnyango sinikile. That department is a DG, standalone, but is under one ministry. And it's a progress made. Amasocha abalwa la now. Athi sifuna inyangane department ama veterans, we gave them. Is progress being made? Is it enough? The ANC will be the first to admit it is not enough. But what are these challenges? The challenges around criminality is the biggest challenge we face as a nation. People are dying left and right. Even traditional leaders are not being spared. Crime is crime, and it must stop. Ngeswati ke ndaba ezithadlamini, mina kumama ngokwangwane. Kuthiwa ke nawe uliphoyisa. Labanye osidlani siyabati. Sihlala nabo abantwana bethu. And as he address le matter, and we need to deal with it. The matter around the issues of provinces like Northwest and Free State, I will report to the Secretary General of the ANC. Sizawubhekana nabo labo comrade aba embarrassa i-organization yamakhosi. Ngoba le organization akusiye yabo. Bona banelakhi nje to represent us. But uma sebesmosh, we must act and act without any fear or favor. Ndabezitha, go Northwest Deputy President. We will discuss because we met some time back. I will speak to the Premier then. We apologize on how some of them, they've embarrassed us as black people, but more importantly, as an organization. In an organization, we have some mere mortals whose conduct must be sorted out in terms of their behavior. On the issue of the economy is not doing well. But we must answer the question, what is the economy? The economy is the land. The economy is the people. That's our dividend. And in each and every area now, uma amakhosi ninga discuss indaba ye rural development and economic development, I can tell you the next generation will never respect the next leaders that are coming. That's why in the National House, when you produce that strategic plan, you remember you produce a blueprint by Kgosi Mahlangu. May his soul and rest in peace. He was my younger brother. We work together to ensure that at least as a state, we work on a blueprint. And that blueprint must not be thrown into the dustbin of history. Indaba migration is an important matter we must manage. There are different views, and people wanted to cause imfazo on the basis that our people, they don't have employment, there's problems of crime. The people of this region, Abase-Swatini, Lesotho, everywhere, were one people. We've always been one people. We're separated by the borders. I know when Eswatini got freedom, when I was born in 1972, they put the fence after 1972. And some of our family members were in Swaziland, and some of our members were in Transvaal at a time. But what we need to do, abanye abondabezitha, they run their institution like a proper institution. You know, abondabezitha next to the borders, they've created even a register. They know everybody who works in their village. They've actually properly even circled them. We can share among ourselves what is the best mechanism to deal with this. But there are those who are criminals, those that we don't know. And we must deal decisively without any fear or favor or contradiction. So Congolos, we still believe we're not dying an organization. It can't die. It's not my organization. It's yours. You created it. And it's not yours. It's for our forebears, about Seatlholo, about J.S. Morok, and others. And you can't kill the ANC. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the next generation, your children's children. That's the instrument we have. But if it has weaknesses, let's fix it. And it's in your hands. Thank you very much, Bondabezit.
Thank you very much to all the representatives of the different political parties. I think we've come to the end of that session, and you may take your seats, and on your way to your seats as we prepare to welcome Dr. Mdende. I don't know when you say Dr. J.S. Morok, because the irony is when the very same government fights the very same family of Dr. Morok. How ironic. Dr. Mdende, we are ready for you.
Thank you, Program Director. I greet the kings who are here, the chiefs, I don't know what is the right term to use these days, Kgosi, understand all the minister is here, the deputy ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nokuzola Mdende from the rural areas of the Eastern Cape under Kaleka Kingship. Ikumkani yami is here. Diabolisa kumkani yami. I would like to thank the National House of Traditional Leaders for inviting me to come and talk about something that is in my blood and something that makes me to be proud of myself and of my identity. To me, as a subject of Ubukhosi, in this hierarchy of Ubukhosi, this is a great privilege to be invited here to come and be given time to share my views so that I could have first-hand experience interacting with Kgosi in entirety. I'm also very happy that the government is here because my speech is not only addressed to the chiefs, Amakhosi, it's also addressed to the government. Because as a rural girl, as I explained earlier, there's a lot of confusion in my mind. As you look at my age, so it clearly shows that I've passed 3 eras. That is the apartheid, the Bantustan, and now the democracy. And all those eras, they came with conflicting political and cultural interpretations of the identity of an African. So is my mind is confused when I'm coming here. On my side, I believe that as from today, the mist that is covering my eyes and also filling my mind will be cleared. So whatever I say here, you must understand that I'm talking from a perspective of someone who is seeking for information. Some of the leaders would know me in my past life. I had been the Commission on Traditional Leadership, Disputes and Claims, and I'm also a chairperson in the Eastern Cape on the same portfolio. So that means, though I'm confused, there's a lot that I've learned when I was part of these 2 commissions. I can assure you, Program Director, that most of the experiences on the status of royalty, as a woman, it has opened my eyes, and I'm able to challenge with confidence these feminist organizations who, without doing thorough research, are spreading lies about the indigenous culture being the worst oppressive to women. They go around portraying Western culture as their liberator, the West mental slavery. And Nkosi here was right when he was saying, it is not true. I hear feminists to say, we as women are deprived of land. I was given Gamagalega and I was given Dingenandoda. It's not that there was a man who went there to ask for me. I went there myself and they have given land. And paya kuthiwa kukwanokuzola kutsho uba kukwamiste. So that is not true. Some experiences in the present traditional leadership process are shocking, where we sometimes ask if there is still ubukhosi. Ingaba busekhona ubukhosi? Ngixola ke Nkosi because I said I'm confused. As it was practiced during the pre-colonial period by our forebears. I'm here talking about Amakhosi who are more than 40 years ruling by extending court orders. Umntu inkosi kodwa ngunyaka we-14 intolona oke mane siye court extender kuba kaloku uyakhutshwa phaya because akaqualify but umane siye court and court is using the Roman Dutch law and not using the customary law. Ahlale umntu engafunwa ngabantu but because of the West, then that person is still there. So my exposure to traditional leadership does not only end on the content of traditional leadership institutions, but also on the effects of different statutes that do not favor the customary law in this country, In a closer analysis of these statutes, one could notice that their main authors, Honorable Minister, are people who are really experts in the transplanted laws. Transplanted laws, yayazi ke usuka phaya uyotyalwa ngapha. So those are the transplanted laws. So you find that the authors of these statutes, if these are our own people, they are being trained in those transplanted laws. As a result, we find ourselves, no, this does not speak to us. It speaks to somebody else. So my exposure to these statutes, we find that it's Roman Dutch law. As a result, when these traditional leaders go to court, what they check in the court is only the technicalities and not the merits of the case. And you find that in Kgosi that I win court, I win the merits, you win ngoba hayi umndende ulibele usayina phaya, which has got nothing to do with the merit of this case. So this is what is happening. That is why I like Hansunguli when he says at independence, the new African regimes run by native Africans surprisingly perpetrated the contempt imposed by Westerners on indigenous society. Instead of using opportunity of independence to reinstate the supremacy of the indigenous law over and above Western law and society, native African rulers became even more aggressive in suppressing their own civilization. Why Kgosi even today are still asking ukuthi there must be improvement of chapter 12. Why the constitution? Why? It's just because the problem yeyoba ezike is not our own. Now the reason I'm bringing these points here above is because these laws have unfortunately made us to define our way of life using Western terminologies, something that has caused more confusion, even more when we are defending ourselves. For example, today, we don't know how to call Kgosi zethu because there are terms like headman, chief, traditional leader, senior traditional leader, principal traditional leader. Why are we not calling Kgosi or Kgosi or whatever? Why are we forced to use all these terms? Because they don't define these people. Because even myself, I'm Mafungwash, I'm a Rahadi, I'm the firstborn woman at home. I am a traditional leader because the corn is in Pekayo without so I'm a leader. So what do you mean when you talk about traditional leader? But when you say this is an Kgosi, no one doubts what you mean about that. So these are the things that we must look at. Now, I always like to cite Chinweiz, who says, the map of our past is the pathfinder to our destiny. If we misread the map of our past and consult an incorrect map, we will misdirect our efforts for liberation. To be honest, Kgosi, this is what is happening now when it comes to our identity. We are using a colonial map. We are using an imported constitution, which is continuously robbing the indigenous people of their freedom and identity. Again, Hansungule, we are about the perpetuation of alien law, which is the Roman Dutch law and others, and the systems of independent Africa, has dealt a severe blow to the whole idea of independence in Africa. Constitution after constitution, while proclaiming the importance of traditional African values, constitution, we respect African values and so on. Nonetheless, subordinate these values to Western values in the form of the Bill of Rights. In fact, nothing more than a simple act of cutting and pasting from the foreign documents to equally foreign, but domesticated instruments. That's what Hansungule is saying. Program director, I developed interest in traditional leadership in 2003 when the Framework Act was passed. And the reason when I was doing that, I liked it because it was saying there must be restoration and there must be dignity, bringing back the dignity of traditional leadership in this country. Then I was happy with that. But I must also explain, I accept dynamism, but when we talk about dynamism, I've got a problem when it should be myself who is told by people that there is dynamism, as if bona by dynamism, I must learn from them in order to be dynamic. No, all of us, time changes with all of us. But once I'm asked to learn from those people who came here, then I've got a problem. Otherwise, I would advise that they must learn from me, because this is my land, not their land. Now, if I can make an example of this statute, ladies and gentlemen, I don't like that act. People are very happy when say, no, there is the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. So, Thomas Kwabi Zandla on that. To me, I don't cover any Zandla for that. I've got a problem. Here it says, a registering officer must, if satisfied that the spouses concluded a valid customary marriage, register the marriage by recording the identity of the spouses, the date of the marriage, any lobolo agreed to, and any other particulars. Why kayinozola ochatayo disiya kwamanje and dizawuxelela into oba mandize nonozaku zakho dize ne kuthi ne lobola ne minutes and so on, and yet umama uRoka naye utshatile, but yena she is a Christian. Uya kumfundisi, umfundisi will never be asked that. Naye has been lobolat, and naye there were onozaku zakho. Why with me there are specifics of onozaku zakho and lobola as if she is not lobolat? So there is a problem there of the imbalances and the undermining of the other. And we don't even know, even this officer who is signing your marriage certificate, if he is married or not, or he is not treating his wife at home, then that's a problem. But if that marriage certificate was signed by my Kgosi, when my Kgosi knows when I was being lobolat and who were onozaku and so on, then the marriage, he must be given the opportunity to sign it, and not by utsoteni ngamaziyo wakwamanje. So I've got problems, even in these so-called the laws that are. Okay, now, because of time, I like this lady. She says, customary law has always been treated as a stepchild in the South African legal order. And this has obviously disadvantaged the many people who substantively live in accordance to the indigenous law for certain purposes of all. So this customary law, Nyani, is treated as a stepchild by those customary laws who came here. Right. Now, I want to come to traditional leaders, but I just wanted to come to the government. Now, the Framework Act we're also told that it was helping to restore the dignity of traditional leadership from the damage that was done by the 1st September 1927 Black Administration Act. And the Black Administration Act, for instance, it says the Governor General may recognize and appoint any person as a chief, as Governor General or a native tribe, and may make regulations prescribing the duties, powers, privileges, and conditions of services of chiefs so recognized by him and appointed by him, and of headmen, acting chiefs and acting headmen appointed under subsection, the Governor General may depose any chief as recognized or appointed. So that means the Governor General. Article chapter 2, the Governor General may define the boundaries of the areas of the tribe and so on and so on. Now my question is, if we look at what is happening now, is there any change from what happened in 1927 and now? Because we have We have the judges now deposing chiefs. This is what the Governor General did in the past. Now we have, what is this? The board, the demarcation board. Demarcation board decides, okay, I'll cut part of it to and make it to Mpashe and part of it to Nguma, municipal areas. It is the demarcation board. People who are not even traditional leaders, they cut and paste and change and chant and so on and so on. So what is the difference between what the Governor General in the past did to cut boundaries wherever he wants? So it's the same. That is why I've got a book where I wrote, it's two sides of the same coin. So we're having two sides of the same coin here. Now I want to come to traditional leaders. Kgosi and Seatlholo. Traditional leaders, what is the definition? These are custodians of African culture and those of their people. Kgosi must have a genealogy of traditional leadership, a history of his ancestors being royalties. Second, Kgosi must have land. That is an area of jurisdiction. Last but not least, Kgosi must have people that he is leading, that he is presiding over. To these people, he is the pillar of strength. He is the mentor. He is the unifier. He is the protector. And he is the provider. He must lead by example. As a custodian of African culture, he must himself be a practitioner if he calls himself Kgosi. Culture is a very broad term, but it also includes beliefs and practices and so on and so on. I'm not going to read this definition here of Nangoli. Now, there is a problem that I'm talking as a subject, and I'm not talking from a certain province. I said that I was a commissioner nationally. There is a problem. Traditional leaders are now distant traditional leaders. Bahlala ezidolophini abahlala nabantu babo. Kgosi. I know this is not going to be accepted, but that is the truth. Some senior traditional leaders are not living among their people. They are living in the cities far from the people that they are supposed to look after. They are more urban than rural, but they still keep into the rural birthright simply because they are paid by government. They visit their people in scheduled time to listen to their needs. They are distant traditional leaders. They are visitors to their own people. In times of emergencies, they are not easily available to the people, yet they claim to be custodians of culture. Their availability is mainly through telephones. If there is no network in the rural areas, something which is very common, and Kgosi cannot be reached, is he still a traditional leader of those people? Inkosi asimfumana namhlanje akho network mayikhime lento mayibuye ngomso. Then these are the problems that people are finding where they come from. And we've got traditional leaders, traditional leadership, and open-ended acting position. I understand many traditional leaders, Nkosi's needs are professionals. They are acting. They are staying in the cities. Their children are in these multiracial schools. It's fine, it's good, and so on. And they are not equipped with traditional leadership. And they are having people who are acting until they retire. And you ask yourself, hey, do you think these children will stay in the rural areas after the father passes on? No ways. And by no, I'm not interested in that. Where is traditional leadership? going in this particular case. So these are the problems that we are fighting. Royal family for all. There is now more confusion created by the government in defining what it calls a royal family. It's really a confusion. Though the present legislation has defined who constitute the royal family, it has failed to state the level at which it begins. Even the headmanship, through voting, now claims to have a royal family. Yet there is no royalty at that level. Some Kgosi, even in what they call royal family, they are no longer inclusive in their implementation of the structure. They choose their siblings and wives to represent a royal family. Ubukhosi these days is like a family company in the name of tradition. The Act defines a royal family as a core customary institution or structure consisting of immediate relatives of the ruling family within a traditional community who have been identified in terms of custom. And now we find that when they talk, headmen, they are under senior traditional leaders. But those are a royal family, Gombone royal family between the two, the headman and the senior traditional leader that he is serving under. And if you look at that royal family, it's him and his wife and his children and sisters and so on. So up, I think inkosi funeka ke zilungisile lonto and the government too. Urban claims of non-existent traditional leadership. Now, when I was a commissioner national, we had claims from Port Elizabeth, Cape Town, Johannesburg, Pretoria, and other urban areas. People who are claiming that they are traditional leaders. Now, you ask the person, do you have land? What is your area of jurisdiction? He will speak of his house that he is renting or he has bought. Some are staying in flats. Where do you preside with your cases? In the balcony. And you find that there is a problem. Does your neighbor know that you are a traditional inkosi yakhe? Kaloku xa uyinkosi kwesi strata, noka bamelwane aba bekumele uba bayakwazi uba uyinkosi. Only to find that the neighbors, they don't know who this person is calling himself. So we've got inkosi. Ekapa we've got abantu who are calling them inkosi. Even lalali ametywaka, there are people whom I know. They are not. Their parents were not even ibhodi, but in Western Cape there are traditional leaders, inkosi. So there is a problem once it comes to that. And when I was a radio presenter at Mhlobonene, I interviewed one person from Umtata who is calling himself a king. He's staying in Khayelitsha, side B. And I said, but ungwase Mtata. So you are saying you are a king in Cape Town, okay? I won't dispute that because I don't know you. Now, when you pass the tunnel going to Mtata, do you take off that gown of a king? Because there you are not even ibhodi. There is inkosi there and there is a king there. So in Tata he's a king. I mean he's a nobody, but in Cape Town he's a king. And the government addresses that. Why do we have to address that? Because that is a joke. No king is like that. They don't have areas of jurisdiction, and some of them will use, okay, so some of the, how many? Some of them will use, some of them will use their histories that umndende enguswa odlamini enguswa zinkosi. Therefore, even if I'm born here kwaLanga, Ndingudlamini wasengqusha so ndiyinkosi ndifuna ubukhosi apha. So how do you define? Sixhomekeke kuni ke as now. Can we have, I'm coming to the most serious one. I wanted to start with this one, to the most serious one, and I'm sure it's affecting many of inkosis I'm here. Traditional leaders are subjects of their subjects. Yes, they are subjects of their subjects. Because unkosi umuroka, I'm a subject in her area of jurisdiction. And when he comes, I stand up as a subject. Yes, because that is my duty. But I am umfundisi on the other hand. So when I'm in the church, she will come first as and when I come, what is she going to do? She's going to stand for me. So who is the subject now is her. And so she is the subject of her subject. So Kgosi today are the subjects of their subjects. And Kgosi are criticizing the Roman Dutch law. And I don't understand when they do that. And you find Kgosi saying, I'm Nandingena. Why do you criticize the Dutch law and yet Dutch? Why do you criticize the Roman law and yet Roma? So I think Kgosi must clarify this because we are really confused. And I once visited one Kgosi. Fortunately, I got Dlamini, Engusha, by Dolopin. Ndiyafika umntakwethu pha unefoto ludodana lwasewisile. And then ndithi Dlamini nguwe lona uthi hayi ludodana. Ndithi if ludodana Dlamini apha ekhaya ngibani indoda. Then I've got a problem. I think Kgosi must try and make clarifications to us. And the Center of Lutherans and so on. Now, if we can go, now, again, I don't know, now, again, I know from my tradition that I respect that, and in Asberg, I'm not so listening to Kgosi, there are special people abathi badilishane nayo to strengthen Kgosi. Where's the king? But what is happening to our kings? Sibekwa izandla ngabantu abamnyama. That is why they another one yabonana. This is unganibethi vukai. There we have the late King Zwelibani, Zwelonke. Uzwelonke na abanye ndandifunda nabo kwabefundise eTsopana. Nabo bebeka izandla abazizokwa Nkosi. Babeka izandla kwikumkani yami. I felt very hurt because andibazi uba sekutheni sengapha bebeka izandla phaya. Next one. Next one, Sisi. I must not show one. There is another one. Okay. Next one. Now kuya Nkosi ukumkani uZanozuku. Na iyabekwa phaya izandla. Ikumkani yamaMpondo. Ithobile. Nayo nayo ikumkani ithobile ibekwa izandla ngabantu abangezonkosi. Ibekwa izandla. Iqoba inikwe iBhayibheli. Which culture is here a custodian of in this particular case? That's the question I'm leaving. Then the last one. The last one. Yes. Nangiya ukumkani uMisizulu. Naye ubeka izandla udanikwe iringi nguBishop ungaziba kutheni ubishop emnika iringi nje ikumkani. Ikumkani kaloku ayimelanga kwa bayibeka izandla nangubani. Nahamba ya bayibeka izandla ikumkani. Now if the king, that is, those are the ones that I could find, not that in ezinye azibekwanga. If the Xhosa king, the Zulu king and the Mpondo king zizabeka izandla ngamarhamente, they are custodians of those marhamente. So that means we don't have leaders, Tina, from the traditional perspective. So, nathi singabeni ubantwana benkosi. One last thing which is serious. The morality in traditional leaders is so embarrassing to see an inkosi itiphile, pass out inxilile, drunk. So, or when you look at inkosi, uyabona ubuso buvuthiwe. Linxila nyani eli. How are you going to trust him? Xa enjalo, enjalo ude ubona ba nalapha emlebeni hayi kudala ibranti zitshisa apha. So, you need zinkosi uqokelana ke nifundisane about those things because iyemka lento lena and nemithetho mayenziwe imithetho yethu minister may include thina mina izinto endizibhaleyo apha may include thina ngathi hayi lento ufumanisa into ba sizawudefine ngamagqwetha azafika amagqwetha athethe into angathethi lesi sithetha ngayo. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mdende. I think you had the luxury of having time. Unfortunately, the next speakers, and that is our Honorable DM, with his unique English. Unfortunately, we just have 15 minutes for you.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Kgosi Dr. Muroka. At least I'm comfortable. I didn't have to adjust the mic. Same WhatsApp group. In terms of the state of being vertically challenged. Your Majesties, our kings, your Royal Highnesses, our esteemed royal leaders, Honorable Minister Bulawayo Gocha, Deputy Minister Khobetse Bubeslehlati. We have our leader in the House who has convened us, the host, the chairperson, Rabulan, of the National House of Traditional and Khoi-San leaders, various leaders of different formations within the traditional leadership sector, officials, luminaries, academics, among whom would be Dr. Mdende, with such a thought-provoking input, which challenges, our own epistemological and ontological approaches to knowledge production, the orientation thereof, which I think, Dr. Mndende, is a serious challenge to all of us, especially young royals who still have an opportunity to pursue studies in PhDs and so on, because, you know, when it comes to PhD, it's about new knowledge, challenging existing theories with the intention of bringing in new approaches. Hence, I was referring to the theory of knowledge, which is your epistemology. Now, what is the orientation? Why must we continue to discuss issues of subordination, of Afrocentric theoretical paradigms, subordinating them to Eurocentric way of doing things? Now, these are practical thoughts that must occupy. And I really put that challenge to all of us to say, as royal leaders of the modern times, without really compromising our sense of originality, but the extent to which we make a contribution to the course of discourse in changing the paradigm. The current Marxist approach, how does it affect the thought processes? The current feminist approach, how do we influence the current African scholarship? Is it really African, the scholarship that we have? Or is it just African because it is produced by African people? So what do we say about the content of that knowledge production? So I'm raising this because as traditional leadership, it's important to make sure that the discussion is not in the periphery. The discussion is brought to the center. It engages with contemporary topical issues, so that as we position the institution within the myriad of competing and contesting ideas and ideals, we are able to make sure that we rise above and provide leadership. Program director, indeed, it has been a very long road. As a result, I was saying to my colleagues during lunch, when I make a presentation here, large part of me, I've been part of the struggles of the institution of traditional leadership. Now, I may not help but to rely on some of those experiences, because it's lived experience. It's part of what I can call an autoethnographic experience. So it's not something that I theorize about. I've gone through it, I've experienced it. Starting from the interim constitution. The interim constitution at least had 4 sections. Section 181, 182, 183, 184. I will not bother you about the content of those provisions, save to say, at least those provisions in the interim constitution did provide a sense of a certainty in terms of the functionality of the institution. And as we transitioned from the interim constitution to the final constitution, we relied largely on two principles, Principle 13 and 17, which principles were about ensuring that, one, the institution of traditional and Khoi-San leadership is protected in the constitution. Because those who were there at the time will remember there was a serious existential threat. I'm sure by this time, a very strong voice, which was an antithesis of what we're talking about, may have thought that by now we would be talking about this institution as history. But here we are. We are still strong and in existence. Now, that's why we now have sections 211 and 212. And Your Majesties, I won't really call names as to the proponents and those who really reduced the institution to these two sections. You know, when I was still younger, I was very much you know, yeah. By then, probably I would have mentioned names. That so and so actually were the ones who wrote these provisions. And if there's any question that could be asked, let's just call them and ask them what was the thinking at the time. And of course, fast forward, we now have the Traditional and Khoi-San Leadership Act, which is currently undergoing amendment. I listened carefully and attentively to all the political parties that made presentations here. The ANC, EFF, MK, and so on. I can only hope that all these parties will walk the talk. Because there's a saying that says, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. It's one thing to say something, it's another to do it. I hope that we will not find a situation where there are parties in parliament who will register as opposing the bill, when this bill would have sought to improve the situation under which traditional leadership is currently exercising its functionality. And I want to urge all our traditional leaders to make sure that their communities participate fully during the parliamentary processes. And fortunately, again, political parties, as you sit in portfolio committees, we expect you as political parties to make sure that when those parliamentary processes start, those public hearings are not held in towns. They are held where traditional leaders are. They are held where their communities are, those who are affected by this legislation. Not where it is convenient for NGOs and other people who just go there to oppose the bill. I hope that we will see that happening. And the good thing, owing to the concerted and orchestrated work executed by the ministry as led by Ubulawayo, we have managed, for the first time in 30 years, to have the Minister of Finance making pronouncement on financing the infrastructure for royal palaces. It's a start. And I want to acknowledge that because it has never happened any time before. And it was not easy, but it has happened. And again, we expect political parties in parliament to do likewise, because that is not enough. It was only what we can call a foot in the door phenomenon. I will not expatiate on what it means to be a foot in the door phenomenon, but it is what it is. Again, we have seen the passing of the Traditional Courts Act. Currently, the Department of Justice, they are busy with the regulations. Traditional courts are now courts of law in line with the provisions of Section 166E of the Constitution. There was a strong voice that was propagating a different view, Chairperson of the National House, where they wanted these courts not to be recognized as courts of law. Instead, they wanted them to be recognized as alternative dispute resolution agencies. And we stood firm that no, actually we are making a mistake. These courts are courts of law in terms of Section 166E. Fortunately, the certification judgment towards the final adoption of the Constitution was the instrument which helped us. That was done by not any other people, but the NGOs that you could see have been funded by those who are hell-bent on destroying the institution of royalty. So, Your Royal Highnesses, it is up to you. It is really up to you. One of the challenges now, as I'm concluding, one of the challenges we are facing, which Dr. Mdende actually made some reflections, is to find ourselves, although we are royalty in our own right, but we're also politicians. But it's not something unusual, Deputy Chair, to find that we now have to defend royalty against royalty, which is a new phenomenon. If I had time, I would explain what I mean. And what it means is that now, as our royal leaders, please help us not to find ourselves defending the institution against yourselves. Lastly, we can do as much as we can do in terms of our own commitment. But it will be helpful if, as our leaders, you lead. And we support what you are leading us on. We are very much ready. We are equal to the task. It is the journey that we have also traversed. All that we need leadership from your part, so that from the ministry, we are able to take whatever you want to see during your lifetime being realized. And that will happen. If you lead us, we'll support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And now we call upon Honorable Minister Hlabisa to address us. He is scheduled to address for 45 minutes. However, I think the Deputy Minister has taken 15 minutes off. So, Honorable Minister, 30 minutes for you.
Thank you very much to our program director, and once again, greetings to the chairperson of the National House, Your Majesties, our kings and the Queen, our learned doctor who spoke before Uchawe, the deputy chairperson of the House, Kgosi Vuso, the president of Contralesa and Rolesa, the deputy ministers, Masemula, who had to leave because we are going to KwaZulu-Natal tomorrow, and the deputy minister, Prince Banis Namashe, who might also be compelled to leave as we are going to KwaZulu-Natal tomorrow. The members of the national, provincial, and local houses present, the representatives of the political parties who have been part of the program today, all the invited stakeholders and government officials, DG Depofarm, and the supporting team, and all our traditional leaders present. I just hope, Honorable Chair, when you scale down time to 30 minutes, that I will be able to go through what I had assigned for the time allocated. But I want to start by conveying my gratitude once again for the House for acceding to my request that I come back today to deal with critical issues, especially that were raised yesterday. I made that commitment to come back today, given what appeared through the presentation of our traditional leaders as a loss of hope on the part of Kgosi, especially when it comes to issues that have been on the table for many years, sometimes which are referred to for the past 31 years. These are the issues the traditional leaders have been raising. I also do want to acknowledge my father, who is the chair of the NKC, who has patiently been in attendance in this engagement. And having been part of some of the deliberations yesterday, I can confidently say that this Imbizo is clearly not just a checkpoint, but an honest engagement which must also be a campus-setting moment. This engagement, when it closes tomorrow, it must have demonstrated that it was a space for reflection, renewal, and recommitment to the values and priorities that define our society. Let me begin by commending the National House for commending this review following the dialogue of the House that was held on the 8th of August, it became clear that our engagements must be deepened and sustained. The issues raised were not only urgent, but they are fundamental and foundational. This Imbizo, therefore, must continue with a hard and honest conversation with an aim to resolve long outstanding issues, but also deal with new challenges we encounter during our time. I have 10 issues to raise and respond to. The first one, the remuneration packages. This matter is of great importance because it does not only deal about salaries, but also include other benefits like medical aids and pensions. May I report, therefore, that the Commission has submitted its recommendations to the President. The President reviewed the recommendations and sent them back to the Commission for additional consultation, and the final recommendations has to come back to the President on the gaps which he identified. The President has set a deadline for the Commission to complete this work by the end of September 2025. Therefore, Chairperson of the House, I want to suggest for this meeting that on the 1st of November, it will be on Saturday, 1st of November 2025, at least the Chairperson knows I work in terms of time, and I honor time when I put time. There are a number of things which we have achieved, and I had put time on them, and we achieved on that time. On the 1st of November is on Saturday. The Chairperson will decide whether we are meeting your committee chair, but will come back with a full report on this matter, because the President's office confirmed that by September, this consultation must have been finalized, and from the 1st of October, we will be constantly engaging the President for him to finally put his signature if he no longer have an issue. That is why I want to allow a period of a month that on the 1st of November, we convene wherever that we can convene at the discretion of the Chairperson of the House, so that we give back a concrete report in as far as the remunerations packages are concerned. Number two, legislative reforms. Uchawe responded that the traditional and Khoi-San leadership bill is ready for tabling in Parliament. I won't go back. You know that when the current act was going to expire in May, as it could not pass the master of the law, we appealed in the Constitutional Court, and an extension of 2 years was given in May 2025, and we are fast-tracking, therefore, the process of the traditional and Khoi-San leadership bill. In October, we are going to present the bill to the Cabinet. We have met all the stages up to certification, And the last certificate in terms of compliance of the bill is expected on the 19th of September from our legal section, and in October, we are taking the process to the cabinet, and in November, we are anticipating that this process must go to Parliament. This law, this bill, once it becomes an act, it will bring the official recognition of the Khoi-San people in South Africa. And I know the Khoi-San people are of the view that they are deliberately neglected and there is no one who is caring for them. But I want to assure you that this is the act. Once it passes through the stages of being a bill, it will eventually accord the relevant status to the Khoi-San people to be recognized within our country. The second legislation process, which will bring a change, a major change, next year, March 2026, is the review of the white paper on local government. The review of the white paper is a strategic opportunity to redefine and influence changes in Chapter 12 of the Constitution, which will deal more with the functions and powers of our traditional leaders and Khoi-San in our communities, municipal governance, and community development. I want to commend the National House through the Chair, Kgosi Seatlholo, for the active role the National House played during the process of consultation on the review of the white paper. But I want to share with you what you do not know. The closing date for the review of the white paper was June, end of June 2025. It was the chairperson of the National House who wrote a letter, nobody else, who made me to make a decision to extend to 31 July, except the chairperson of the House, who requested that our traditional structures have not concluded to make and consolidate their submissions. We can't meet the end of June. It was a day before the end of June. And the official said, but they knew long ahead. I said, we're not going to lose anything. We are going to extend until end of July. To me, Kgosi Seatlholo, you got the response of saying yes when the announcement has already been made, that extension has been done. I think do take and use this opportunity, because you might have been speaking for a long time, not being heard. I decided that the IFP member should not come to the panel. You will judge the IFP through the minister. This is just a first practical step. Kgosi did not knock several times requesting for appointment. He just wrote a letter. I said, no, prepare a letter. Let us make an announcement. We are extending on the basis of the request of the chairperson of the House. The loss of hope that has characterized our traditional institution. I think we have an opportunity to engage on issues that you feel should be priorities. I'm done with number 2. I'm going to look closely to the submission of the National House, very closely, while there is a team that deals with submissions, but I will take the submission and look at it very closely. Because I want to hear the submission by the National House that impacts Chapter 12 of the Constitution. When all these political parties here, they said they're going to support your story. I will test them. I will test them because the reviewed white paper will come up with recommendations that must be approved by the cabinet. And those recommendations, those that deal with the Constitution, they will be pointing a section in the Constitution that must be reviewed. And these political parties, all of them who spoke here, will have to support this process. Now, wait until March next year. The process is going to finalize in February, and we're taking it to cabinet in March, and then it's going to be a final process in March. But in January, we're still going to call a broad audience to say, here are your views that you suggested for a change in the white paper on local government. And I'm going to be interested on the recommendations dealing with the functions and powers of traditional leaders, and then see who will oppose those recommendations. Thirdly, tools of trade for traditional leaders. We have engaged the handbook in the MINMEC with all MECs, and we have done our part as COGTA, and 7 provinces have agreed to the handbook, and now they are in a process of costing. That financially, what does it mean if this handbook is adopted? And we agreed to allow the costing process. And then we said, it may not be everything introduced one time, same time. We can scale the introduction. Start with what we can do this year, the others coming the following year, and the others coming the following year, in a period of 3 years. We must have been managed to introduce the handbook in its totality. The 2 provinces which are still remaining is Mpumalanga province and Northwest, and soon they will also be dealing with the costing of the full introduction of the handbook, which will therefore allow the release of tools of trade for our traditional leaders. But I do want to indicate His Majesty indicated yesterday the shameful state of some of the palaces of our kings. As Uchawe indicated, for the first time in 31 years, the Minister of Finance has never declared that there will be allocation for the upkeep of the palaces. It was for the first time. and it was not voluntary, we pinned him down. We pinned him down until he said what must be done. And we said, let us talk about what are key things that need to be looked in the policies of our majesties. And then we agreed to work on a program. On the 1st of November, Chair, I will bring a relatively detailed process, as well as what allocation are we talking about here. And then we will have to start a process of where are we going to start. Because it cannot be done in all royal policies at once. There could be a first group, a second group, and a last group in a period of 3 years. There must be a tangible change that is seen in our policies as per this program. It will never disappear in the budget. As the minister, we had to engage him until he agreed that he is going to do an allocation. The fourth one, on the 27th of October, 2024, we launched the Forum of the South Africa's Majesties. This forum is currently not having legal status. But what we have done this year, as it was launched in October last year, we have engaged the chairperson of the forum, King Mabena, and the deputy chairperson of the forum, Kumkan Damase, to look at two options to make this forum a legal institution. One, we are consulting the legal people as to how can we use the bill, TICLA, to accommodate the legalization of the forum. If we get a view that you can't do it under this bill, they must tell us how can we do it to ensure that the forum becomes a legal institution within the government of South Africa. So now, Your Majesties, it was a major step to launch the forum, which includes kings and queens. That is why it is not called the Forum of the Kings, because currently we have 2 queens officially recognized. So now it is a Forum of South Africa's Majesties. Yesterday there was a question of its legality. I've responded to it. When we meet on the 1st of November, we would have secured a firm legal view which direction to take in order to make it a legal structure. On the 30th of March, 2025, we launched the South African Queen's Council, whose chairperson is Queen Tina Madosini Ndamase, and the deputy chairperson being Queen Neo Mononela Mopeli. This is a structure that is going to be a supportive structure to their majesties, but expressing the voice of women, the spouses to the kings. Number 5, succession and legitimacy. We are We presented to our National House last year and also to our kings that we want to embark on a program of documenting genealogies and customary laws of succession. This will reduce disputes and promote stability on succession. It does not reflect as well as African people what is playing out in the courts of law with contestation as to who is the rightful successor to the throne. COGTA is going to spearhead this project over a period of 3 years. And we will rely to the cooperation of the royal families in doing the documentation of genealogies so that the current scenario of disputes, which really doesn't speak well for us, comes to an end in few years to come. Safety of traditional leaders. The killing of traditional leaders is a national tragedy now. We engage the former Minister of Police who is on suspension, or let me not the former, the Minister of Police who is on leave. So that I'm correct, I'm quoted correctly. And we have engaged the Deputy President on this matter. The Minister of Police, even the new minister who is acting, I have engaged him on his arrival. The police are ready to offer their services of safety to our traditional leaders. The only thing that is still outstanding now is the funding aspect of those police who will be doing the work of safety and security to our traditional leaders, because their budget cannot come from the Department of Police, because those are police dealing with the public. Now, even on this matter, on the 1st of November, because there have been those instabilities and disturbance you all know about in the department, we are going to heavily engage Deputy Minister, Deputy President, so that we finalize this issue, because it is a tragedy. The recognition of the Khoi-San, I really do not want to go in details on it, but there was a question raised yesterday. What is the attitude of COGTA to NKC? COGTA remains open and willing to deal with any issue and engage NKC on any issue, but also deal with any grouping of the Khoi-San people other than dealing with NKC only. So even now, our attitude is still the same. We are still open on any matter to engage with NKC. Number 9, customary initiation practices. Our kings and traditional leaders have constantly expressed their disquiet about the Customary Initiation Act of 2021. They raise a number of issues. And we are now opening a process of amending this law. I hope all our traditional leaders are aware that I wrote a letter inviting the issues which our traditional leaders wants to see being effected, change on them. And the closing date is the end of September. So we still in August, and we still have a full month in September, because we want to hear your views as to what is it that you say was not done with your blessing or your consultation, and then we will engage you. And then start the process of amendment to the Act. The Act must be a result of engagement. And the engagement is either we agree 100% or we meet halfway in the interest of considering a number of issues. Like, for instance, there is a desire that allow a child as young as 12 years old to go to initiation. On the other hand, there is a law which protects the rights of a child, which does not agree to that. Now, we will need to have a common ground that while we are willing to allow the culture to take place at the age of 12, but there is a law which doesn't allow such. What compromise can we do in terms of age? The entry age for the initiation school attendance. This is the process which we are opening, because the view was that our traditional institution was not properly consulted. And we are opening that opportunity now. But I want to appeal to you, your majesties, and our traditional leaders. Just in winter, 29 young boys, healthy, left their homes but came back dead. In one province, in a period of 8 years, 370 young boys died. The female people one day will take this matter up. Because they will come to us and say, give us statistics. How many young boys have died in this culture? And they will go to the court of law. And the court of law will not hesitate. In terms of the Bill of Rights, the right to life is a right that cannot be overridden by any. Now, we know winter casualties are lesser than summer, because at least in winter it's cold, but in summer it becomes bad. If we lost 29, and then we know things are going to be bad in summer, how long this should be allowed? Kgosi, how long this should be allowed? The mothers of these children, they can tell you categorically that it must stop now. Before we reach that stage, we need to do something. There are schools which I really want to commend. For more than 10 years, 0 death in those schools. Now, I'm going to call a meeting in September to prepare for December initiation season. Probably, if a school for the past 5 years, children are dying, why it must continue operating? That is the position. Because you can't use a unilateral decision to say you close schools, yet there has never been a casualty for 10 years. They know what they are doing, they know how to do it. But every season, 5, 6, 8 kids die in one school. Why it should be allowed to continue? I will need that mandate from you in September, because I'm going to call that meeting so that we engage. You see, people would say we need resources. No, it's not about resources. If initiation schools are run by people with no deep knowledge of what they are doing, and year in, year out, kids are dying, it should stop. Last one. We are going to have a local government in Thabo in September, where we will appreciate the participation of our traditional leaders. The outcome of Indaba will influence the revised white paper. And Indaba must come out with recommendations dealing with Chapter 12 of the Constitution. Our traditional leaders, the way we will structure the invitation, because we know it cannot be all of them, they will have enough time to consult and get the views of the institution as to what should be said on Chapter 12 in order to influence the Constitution. I'm confident because I have more than 80% support for the change of the Constitution. And they won't change what they said here. They just won't change what they said here. Chair, let me wish Imbizo a good progression from today until tomorrow. And I want to register our commitment as COGTA. We are aware of the frustration of our kings and our traditional leaders. We are determined to do corrections. By the end of the 7th administration in 2029, you will be our witnesses that at least you got people who could listen to you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I don't think there is a need for any engagement. I think the Minister clearly outlined that we will have the opportunity to engage both at the local government in Thabo and on the 1st of November 2025. So I think we will prepare for that engagement. In closing, ke tlile go kopa motlotlegi mogolo wa me Kgosi Mokoena to do the summation of the day. Me ke leboge. Let me take this opportunity to also thank you for cooperating with me today. I think after Kgosi Mokoena, the meeting will be adjourned. Thank you.
Our facilitator, Kgosi Dr. Morok, His Majesties, our Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of National House, our Minister, and all those who deserve to be acknowledged. You are acknowledged leadership. The day was spent. The day was spent. I've got all the summarized versions of all what was said this morning. If you remember, our Chairperson is the one who put us into that mode of saying, "Ride on, brother. Ride on, brother." Everything is here, leadership. Being this dynamic and excellent President of Contraless, the Chairperson of the Provincial House in Mpumalanga, Kgosi, what I have done, I requested my staff that will circulate the summarized version of all what I said today. Because I have to be considerate. A mind can take up until this far, not any further. Especially after hearing what the minister said in terms of remuneration. The other staff, I know. Siyabonga, Ngqongqoshe. My staff, please, as we have agreed, will circulate the summary to all our leadership here. Then, because I don't want to keep them any further. Chairperson, I am done. Leadership, you'll get all the documentation. It is ready for circulation. Thanks very much, leadership. Done. By powers vested in me, can I invite the Deputy Chair to formally close this meeting? Thank you very much. We're done.
Chair, I think masicele umama uMndende asivalele ngonqulo. Doyeka lando ecawa ebeyithethisa uMndende. Asivala umthandazo wesintu mama. Izimo. Doyeka lento obeka izandla enhloko. Oy habe.
Masiembo, Masiembo, Ayembo, Singabo Konatin, Puma Embo, Singaba Sembo, Master Makushe, namhlanje sibulela izidlole zethu, sibulela uQamata ngoba siyasadibana apha namhlanje sizothi sixoxe ngezinto ezidla umzi. Sibulela kananjalo uba inhliziyo zezakhululwa. Sibulela kananjalo into ba inkokheli ezenyuliweyo zenyulwa nguye kwamhlamnene ukuba sikhokhele izizwe zakhe zilapha namhlanje zathetha nabantu bazo ngobubele. Sisithi ke makazipha amandla zibe ngathi zenza ngaphezulu. Sibabulela nabakarhulumente abaphathiswa balapha bezinkosi ngokwabo ukuba bayibone lento into uba iphambuke phina ngoko bangayinqonqoda kweliphina icala ukuze lento ilunge ukuze sidle ubomi. Master Makusheni Camaku.